Ja.
Elke dag. Situated on the Free State bank of the Vaal River, we are here at the Heron Banks Golf and River Estate for the Mediclinic Invitational. It is the 4th round. It is the opening event of the SunShine Tour 2026-2027 season. Boasting amazing views, wildlife and pristine wetlands, the back nine produces a lot of challenges. I am not here alone. I'm with Ricky Handler. Morning, Ricky.
Morning, Al. Nice to be here. We've got Sam Simpson after an unbelievable round of 9 under 62 yesterday, taking the lead by 5 shots over rookie Travis Proctor and the ever-experienced Jaco Prinsloo.
Yeah, it's good to see Keegan Thomas playing well again in his first event, and not surprising to see Austin Baptista up there every week. It seems like it's there. Same with Christian Berg.
Yeah, both of those guys have been playing amazing the last 12 months, and not surprised at all to see them up there. And then we've got Keegan McClatchin, who actually just got his card back at Q School, and the ever so young 50-year-old John Hugo, who shot 7 under yesterday in some wet conditions.
Good to see Adam Breen also got his card back at the Tour School. Solid performance. MJ Viljoen had a wonderful last season. So did Dean Gamese, winning the Fitch Leeds PGA Championship.
Nice to see Aki Stryden playing some good golf. And, well, joined by Volko Nienarber on 9 under, Rowan Korb and Keenan Davids.
There's Dougie McGuigan, who played with Jean Hugo and Brandon Peters at a combined age group of 153 years.
Amazing stuff. They were actually playing behind me, and it seemed like they were in the fairway every single hole.
Yeah, Dougie definitely hits it very straight, and Jean Hugo has had will be a good, interesting year, and he's upgoing European Legends Tour. Nice to have Dylan Naidu, our Investec South African champion, playing this week. There's Brandon Peters, 6 under. Jack Davidson came 2nd at the Tour School. Good to get his first event underway and make the cut and get some valuable points as that Category 9 re-ranks.
Jacques van der Merwe, who won 3 times on the Betway Big Easy Tour last season, getting his instant promotion. Then we've got Jaco van Zyl, also one of the older, more experienced guys in the field. And cool story this week is Merrick Bremner making his first cut in 2 years after giving one of his kidneys to his wife. Awesome story there.
But I wonder how Samuel Simpson slept last night. Wonderful to have a 5-shot lead, but he'll be thinking a lot about that round. Let's go down to Samuel Simpson to hear what he had to say.
Sam, you said after your second round that you felt you left a couple shots out there. Today was totally different.
Yeah, I think yesterday was really good. Very similar to today. I just kept the mistakes off the card today. Similar to the first round. Didn't get off to a really quick start. I was 3 under after 9, and then I just played really solid, and I think just rolling a couple then really helped the momentum, and then I really finished well as well.
And Sam, coming from Cape Town, you're used to the conditions, and the wind doesn't scare you.
It was definitely blowing out there today, and I think it definitely enhances my focus. It was kind of calm on the second round, and maybe I rushed a couple of shots, but today the wind was definitely up, and it just allowed me to kind of feel a bit more at home in Cape Town.
We mentioned yesterday that you're certainly coming into your own on the SunShine Tour at on the global platforms, and today's round 62 your best ever.
Yeah, I'm happy. It was, as I said, just really solid, and I think, as you mentioned, finding my feet and just being out here now for a couple of years. I don't want to jump the gun, especially for tomorrow, because I don't know how I'll be feeling, but the lead doesn't scare me anymore, and hopefully I'll be able to take that into tomorrow. Tomorrow's a whole different day. different emotions compared to today. But yeah, I think just being at the top is something.
Yeah, the weather has been not so great up in the high veld, but looks quite good. No rain predicted, just a gentle 10k wind. 22. Let's go down to Andrew Ope, who's on the first tee at Heron Banks.
Well, we are here on the first tee, ready to welcome the leading groups at Heron Banks. It has been a wonderful start to the season, the wraparound campaign for 2026-27 on the SunShine Tour. We are here for the Mediclinic Invitational. 14 millimeters of rain fell overnight, and it has further softened this wonderful golf course. And credit must go to Robert Lance, Robin Kuseki, the head greenskeeper, and the entire Heron Banks team for presenting this layout in outstanding condition. The skies have lifted, and the sun, the golden ball, is in the sky, ready to present itself for this final round on the SunShine Tour. And the players this week have been full of praise for this wonderful challenge at Heron Banks at the summit. We'll see him later. Samuel Simpson, he takes a 5-stroke advantage into the final round after his career best, a 62 in the third round. No doubt he'll be leaning on the experience of having won last year in Zambia. Jaco Prinsloo and Travis Proctor will be joining him in the final round. They're sit at 5 strokes adrift, and they'll need to come out firing in a bit to chase down and reel in the leader, who has been steady and composed.
Thank you, Andrew. We are going to go on to the GM of Heron Banks, Robert Lance.
Hi, I'm Robert Lance. I'm the manager of Heron Banks Golf Course. I've been here for 13 years since we constructed it. My passion's always been about golf since I was 7 years old, but I'm also just paying homage to golf, having the people here every day, the clients, the golfers. That's all part of the dream, and love just doing this job. So Heron Banks Golf Course opened in December 2013. We've got quite a history with tournaments. Showcasing one of our first ones was the SA Senior Amateur in 2018. It was really a good experience, but when we got the call to do the tournament, we decided to build our main clubhouse, which is the current one, and we built that in 3 months. And having that event really just gave us a real boost. Following that, we had the 2022 SA Senior IPT, and in 2024 we had the SA Country Districts. One of the ones most memorable to me was Casey Jarvis. At 16 years old, he played in the Free State Open year in 2018. He shot 18 under par, and only one player was within 13 shots of him. And to watch him, like this past weekend at the US Masters, yeah, it's just really memorable for me to have seen him at that age performing so well. So we've got 650 members that are quite active. Weekends are very busy. You know, we do a lot of golf days, a lot of charity days. And then also we showcase, you know, a lot with our leagues. And yeah, we're a very, very social club. And yeah, we welcome people just to come and experience it, yeah, on the Vaal River. You know, I don't know how much more I can just say about the staff other than they're really phenomenal. Whether it's from the core staff going into the clubhouse staff, they've really worked long hours. And most of them have been with me for many years, even from the beginning. And, you know, no job is too tall for them. It's just a case of we've got a job to do, let's get out there and we spend the hours. So to have the Mediclinic Invitational is really an honour for the club. We hosted the final stage of the Q School from 2022 to 2025. And January last year we had our first SunShine Tour Mediclinic Invitational. So when we got the call in February, yeah, it was quite an easy decision to do it again. I think our members are very proud to have these type of events, especially after last year's Mediclinic Invitational on the final day, seeing all the spectators, you know, all the locals, and it's still a talking point till today. So yeah, our members are really looking forward to this week.
So we have 8:30 tee off time for Samuel Simpson. 5-shot lead after a spectacular 62. See some early rounds. Kara Pepler getting off to a fast start. 400 through his first 6 holes. We've got Andrew Hope with the leader on the first tee.
Look who's just made his way onto the first tee. It's overnight leader Samuel Simpson. Firstly, Sam, how was last night's rest and how were you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, excited for today. Had a good rest and yeah, looking forward to getting on the course and hopefully getting it done today.
Thoughts on the conditions that have presented itself this morning?
Yeah, I mean, it rained a lot last night, so I think the course is going to be quite soft, but yeah, I mean, it's still the same course and you know, the only person that I've got to contend with today is myself, so
You've got exciting 3-ball to play with, likes of Travis and Yaku.
yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be a good day. Hopefully the rain stays away and we're just going to go have fun.
Can you give us any early insight quickly into what the early strategy might be?
I mean, just kind of stay in my own lane. I think that's the only real strategy in the golf will take care of itself. I don't think there's much changes in terms of the last 3 days. I think, as I said, just staying in my own lane and the rest will take care of itself.
Ultimately, though, what has been the key to success so far this week?
I think my par 5 scoring has been pretty good. As long as I take care of that, I think I can get under par quite early and then just kind of free will from there. You know, obviously with a great one yesterday, I'm not trying to shoot that, but it ends up being a result of just being patient, and that's exactly what I'm going to do today.
Well, Sam, we really appreciate you chatting to us before the start here at One. Enjoy the day.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Hey, you're Sam Simpson.
Thank you, Andrew and Sam. A little insight of what he is predicted for today. Understandably a little nervous. Nice 5-shot lead as we go down to the 10th. James Mack.
Seems like Mac Snack's always changing his putter week to week.
Quite interesting, Ricky, that it's not often you have an opening hole, whether it be the 1st or 10th, that's a par 3.
Yeah, no, it is very interesting layout. Even the first hole, it's quite an unorthodox par 5. You don't really want to hit driver because it might get you a bit too far down the fairway. The water is at about 290. Just got to avoid the fairway bunkers on the right, and then you'll have something like 250 into the green. So it's quite a challenging first hole too. That 10th hole is also quite challenging. All the par 3s here at Heron Banks are quite long. I think all of them were playing over 190 meters. It was awesome seeing this young man make the cut at his home open this year in the Magical Kenyan Open. That was quite a cool moment.
Yeah, I saw that there at Karen Golf Club. Played there a few times. Great layout. Tyron Ryan had it going in a few events around October last year at the Blue Label.
Played great at the Fortress Invitational at Glendower. I think he was in the final group.
Yeah, had his chances to win in both those events.
Yeah.
Such a big difference if you win and get that winners category and you're into all the big events, and then you narrowly miss and you're back pre-qualifying.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's a fine line.
Yeah, once you win and you get into that winners category, it takes a lot of pressure off you. Get to play all the co-sanctions and go play the downhill at Leopard Creek. I think Ty was one of those guys also on 3 under yesterday that was waiting until the last moment. I think they finished 50th just to make the cut. Good job.
Martin Foster. What an emphatic win he had in the last event, the DNI Tour Championships. He'd been knocking on the door for quite some time. Got the job done on that back 9 there at the Zelza Golf Club.
Got some exciting tournaments coming your way in the 2026-2027 season. We're starting this week at Heron Banks, then we move over to Royal Harare, one of my personal favorites down in Zimbabwe. Next after that, we've got Irene Country Club for the Kit Kat Invitational. And then we go to Humewood Golf Club for the Sunbet Challenge hosted by Sun Boardwalk.
Yeah, nice to go back down to Humewood and play what a magnificent lengths. And of course, Royal Harare, that FPC Zimbabwe Open, a big favourite for a lot of the players.
Yeah, I can't wait to get down to Harare.
Run Corb, one of the quite a few left-handers now, Ricky.
Yeah, there's
How
a
many
couple
you
of
guys?
us now. Hey, I think I counted the other day. There's 7 of us right now, but I don't know which rookies are left-handed. So I'll have to do a recount soon enough once I get to know everyone.
Maybe we need to have a left-handed championship. Tristan Stratham.
He's been playing some good golf lately.
Yeah, went through a massive transformation of his body. I think it lost like 23 Ks and obviously had a lot of back issues. And towards the back end of the 2025-2026 season, really showed some good promise and back to the golf that we know he can play.
Yeah, and he had that awesome finish last season in one of the co-sanctions to boost his ranking and get inside the cut line to keep his Sunshine Tour card.
Yeah, 4th at the Cell C at Killarney, which got him into the next event, and that really gave him enough points to, because he was outside that top 100 for a while. MJ Fillion, that is really a strength of his, at mid-irons to short irons.
Yeah, it's like playing darts with him. Tell you what, I was a bit nervous when Martin pulled that driver out on the 18th at Dizalza. I wasn't expecting him to do that with a 2-shot lead.
Yeah, it was an interesting decision. I've got a feeling that last round, though, he wasn't looking too much and he was trying to play aggressive, and it only just carried that penalty area by sort of 4 or 5 meters.
Yeah, I mean, he's a long player. I think he's probably one of the only guys on the field that week that could have gone that line and carried the water. Martin sitting at 10 under par, having a solid week like usual.
It'll be a big day for Travis Proctor, who plays out of Durbanville Golf Club in the Cape. You managed to play a practice round with him, you said, Ricky?
Yeah, I played with him on Monday. We played 9 holes together, and I tell you what, I wasn't expecting to see him in the final group today, but awesome for him. Coming off the Betway Big Easy Tour, he finished number 7 on the Order of Merit. I'm sure it'll be an exciting day for him. He's going to learn a lot about himself today, and who knows, maybe he'll have a great day and get it done, or either way, he just needs to embrace the opportunity he has.
Yeah, I think for any of these guys behind Samuel Simpson, they will need some help from Sam to get to, that winning position. 5 shots is a lot. Somebody is in a lot of form.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I do feel like it's one of those golf courses where you can get a little bit off the rails if you come out and start slowly, especially with the course being so soft. You think it's not a lot of birdie opportunities if you don't have your A game. I was actually talking to Stuart Krog. I was staying with him this week, and we were saying you can't really hit one average shot every hole if you want to make a lot of birdies, just because of the conditions. You need to be on your A game. This man's been on his A game for a while now. He won that Gary Player Award last season, getting the lowest scoring average on tour.
Yeah, he did. That came right down to the wire with, I'm trying to think of the other player now, Peter Mullman.
Yeah.
Because you need to play 66% of the events to qualify, which is fair enough. I mean,
we got
right down to the end.
Got the first hole here at Heron Banks. It's like I said earlier, quite an unorthodox par 5. You want to hit something around 260 meters down the fairway, avoiding those right-hand side bunkers. If you successfully do that, you'll have something between 240 and 260 coming into the green, leaving you with a 2-iron. Some players might hit 3-wooden. So quite an aggressive play there from Mr. Proctor. It's about 294 meters to the end of the fairway. But with the soft conditions, you can be a bit more aggressive and do hit that driver like that, and it's going to give him a great opportunity to make an eagle.
I mean, that's quite a big contrast in the two, one hitting driver and Sam Simpson does hit it a very long way though.
Tell you what, Sam hits his 2-iron past my driver. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get all the way up there past the bunkers. Might have gone a little bit left the way he was.
Certainly looked like he was looking down that left-hand side.
Yeah. Sam's miss generally is an overdraw with his strong club face, so something you have to watch out for today.
Lots of wildlife here at Heron Banks Golf and River Estate.
Wow, Gerard Pepler is off to a very, very quick start. Looks like he's almost, what, 6 under through 9?
Yeah, 5 under for today to get to 13 under.
5 under through 8. He started on the backside as well.
And of the 2 9s, Ricky, which one you think plays a little more difficult?
I think it depends on your game. I think if you're a long hitter, the front 9's maybe a bit trickier with a couple more tight holes. I think the back 9 presents a couple long par 4s and par 5s, but if you're hitting it quite long off the tee, I think it'll suit you. Like Sam, I think Sam will settle into his round more on the back 9 if he can get through a couple key holes on the front 9.
You're saying, in your opinion, that 7th hole is the toughest hole in the course?
Yeah, I think 7 requires 4 good shots to walk off with a par. I mean, if you're making a birdie on the 7, I think you're gaining at least 1 full stroke on the field. I saw Sam has played it in 2 over. He made par the first and third round. He made a double in the second round. You just don't have much leeway to work with. I mean, you can hit a 4-iron just offline and end up in the bushes. So you've really just got to commit to something and pretty much just hit whatever you're very comfortable with.
Well, up the hill for MJ.
I'll say the greens are very tough to read. There's a lot of subtle breaks. See, Mr. Corb's also changed his putter again.
Gotta be Keegan McLaughlin.
Yeah, he's got to be the model for swing your swing right now. We were comparing him to Jim Furyk earlier. But whatever gets the ball in the hole the quickest, eh, all?
Absolutely. Definitely a cover golfer and very high elbow, but there's a few other players that do that pretty well. Scotty Scheffler. He was a player way back before your time, if you ever remember, in Europe, played Ryder Cup. Eamon Darcy.
Yeah, I watched a video of his swing the other day. It was quite interesting. Almost compare Keegan to Daniel Berger a little bit with that laid-off position at the top. He run Korb off to a nice start today, 2 under. I think that's Warwick Purchase, the only person I know who stands in the posture like that with his hands up. He's also one of those power hitters. GC carries the ball far. I think he was carrying it like 235 meters on the range when I watched him. Had his TrackMan out.
Certainly does. Got his first win down at Glendower in the Fortress Invitational last season.
Yeah, I suspected Sam.
Yeah, it looked like it went left, so he's
would left.
Playing 3 on his opening hole. That's certainly not the way you want to start your first hole, especially when you're taking an iron off the tee.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm surprised he hit 2 iron. He could have maybe hit a wood. I feel like a wood's easier to not go left.
Yeah, and especially like you're saying, 14 mils of rain, you know you're not going to get any run. We saw his playing partner Proctor hit a drive off the tee.
Well, all he can do now is hit something over the ravine and leave himself a wedge in. Who knows, maybe he'll hit the wedge close and settle the nerves.
Yeah, sometimes a mistake right in the beginning when you got a big lead just kind of settles you. Okay, that's it. No more sort of tentative thoughts, and let's go back and play what we did to get you in that position in the first place.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we said earlier, Gerard Pepler off to a very hot start, 5 under through 8 holes. Gonna definitely give him a chance, the back 9, to chase down Sam a bit.
What's just going on? Stroke averages, Princely We know he's going to be around 16, 17, 18 under by the end of the day. He's been so consistent. Finished 10th on the Kuriga Auto Merit last season, starting in category 9 position, which is quite difficult to get low down, and great effort from him.
Yeah, definitely. Also nice to see Keegan Thomas playing quite well this week. He's recently switched golf courses. He's representing Halsendale Golf Club this week.
It's a spectacular place, Halsendale. Great range and wonderful
Par 3 course.
I think I haven't been there, to be honest, and I think there are some par 4s, but everybody's been there has only had good things to say.
Yeah, I've heard great things about it as well. Yeah, so I think from here, Jakob will probably have around 250 meters in. It's one of those weird situations though. Do you want to hit a wood to a tight green, or do you want to hit a long iron just short of the green and have an easy pitch with the greens being so soft? I feel like you've definitely got both options. Adam Bream here. Nice to see him playing well. He's definitely one of those guys, if you don't quit, you'll eventually succeed. He's had his fair share of struggles the last 2 seasons, but awesome to see him get through that and playing well again.
Yeah, and he had some issues because going into the Betway Big Easy, he had some wrist injuries or his finger where he didn't think he was going to be able to play in the final, and if you don't finish in that top 30, you don't get to final stage tour school, and he managed to do that, and he got his card through tour school, so great effort from Adam.
Well, this is where Keegan thrives. GC's got a good short game. He's got that broomstick putter and just seems to really get the ball in the hole fast when he's around the green. Definitely going to be thinking about chipping this in. Good attempt.
There's a nice little percentage there. I think 1/3 in the air, 2/3 running if you can with chipping is always a good option. I always see so many youngsters that are at my golf club and starting the game and love their lob wedge and want to spin it, which is obviously a fun part of the game, but get the ball running if you can.
Yeah, I've even seen a couple guys with 64 degrees now on tour.
Vilka Ninaber.
Seems like he's been playing more consistently as of the last couple months.
Definitely. I think it's going to be, as my prediction, it's going to be a big year for Vilka. Obviously, everybody's been speaking about him his whole life, and I think he's still done really, really well, and the expectation of him is high. Let's go back to that first hole over where that is on the left-hand side where the leader, Samuel Simpson, hit his long iron into that penalty area. Took relief and hit his 3rd back down that fairway.
Yeah, that second shot's quite tight, Al. You can see there, if you spray it a little bit right, you've got some long grass. You'll find it in there, but it's not an easy pitch to that green. And then you don't really want to be in that left bunker. It's got quite a big lip, but I see here he's definitely going for the green. He can pretty much play this the number with the greens being soft. It'll land like a sack of potatoes. Yeah, it's a pretty solid approach shot. It's going to leave him with a nice look at eagle.
I love that way he taps that left foot of his like it's a trigger to get his way back into that left side. We'll have a look at it later as the tournament prevails, but gets great rhythm from that. Great tee shot from Travis Proctor.
Yeah, he should have about 190 meters to the front of the green, so really an advantage starting out the day. What a great shot.
Well, his intentions are clear. Aggressive from the first hole.
Yeah, I was on the range yesterday practicing, and I saw him come over after his round. I mean, he just shot 7 under, and he looked all business. Hit about a bucket and a half of balls, and looked like he was really feeling good. Well, this is not going to be a wedge. It's probably going to be something closer to a 9-iron for Sam Simpson for his 4th shot into the first. See if he can reduce the damage. Yeah, not the start Sam wanted today.
No, you wouldn't have been dreaming about that last night. You know, you want to get off to par 5, quick start birdie, get it going, but he's going to have to deal with what he has right now.
Got Sim on deploy. He's another one of those guys that lost their tour card and went back to Q school, and I think he shot 22 under at Q school. Guy that gets the job done.
I tell you what, that Q school, you had to shoot pretty a lot under par, 14 under to get your tour card.
Was not expecting that, but obviously Perez was playing a bit softer than usual, and the guys were firing. Got Keegan here with his broomstick putter. This man can putt. Oh, very nice, as expected. He's 10 under par. 1 over for the day. A little bit of a slow start. Tied for 18th right now, but he can get it going whenever he feels good. Wouldn't be surprised if he made a couple birdies. See if Volko does what you said, Al. 1/3 on the ground and 2/3 rolling. No, 1/3 in the air, 2/3 rolling.
At least if you can do more, do more. He's gone, yeah, pretty much that.
Oh, pretty nice golf shot.
He's a wonderful chipper. You know, people talk about his wedge game not quite being, you know, his strength is that where he falls down, but he's a wonderful chipper.
It's amazing. Him and Gerard Pepler are probably the 2 longest hitters on tour, and they both chip wonderful. Got great hands. Talk about hands. I think this man's got the best hands.
Yeah, I think, you know, we had the awards dinner last year for the SunShine Tour, and this year I think we'll add a few more fun awards, or I think definitely best hands in the game. This guy, longevity we know, but just wonderful putter. Yeah, he's a great guy, and
he always has time for everyone. I remember coming on tour as a rookie, I sat down and he talked to me for like an hour and a half in Zambia, what I should be doing, how I can get better, trying to just calm me down a bit. I was a bit anxious. He's such a lovely guy.
He's very sharp as well. Wonderful sportsman, could have played a few sports. Like many players who do ball sports, they can kind of do a bit of everything.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny, you look at a golfer, and a lot of golfers are bigger guys, but there's such good hand-eye coordination and skills.
I think growing up in South Africa, and, you know, you kind of got a ball in your hand straight away, whether it's a cricket ball, rugby ball, soccer ball,
Definitely.
tennis, hockey.
Well, this is going to be quite a tricky chip, to be honest. I don't think he can go the low route just because of how downhill it is. He's almost got to land this in the middle tier of the green, yeah, again high. Might roll down a good bit. Oh, no.
Probably a meter away from being good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a tricky position. Well, if Sam can chip this in, it'll definitely settle his nerves and definitely holdable.
It's one of those awkward little chips. It's an easy chip.
Yeah, but you don't want to mess it up.
When you're playing your 5th shot in the opening hole with a 5-shot lead, you're thinking a little bit.
Yeah.
You can see that's not what you want. You got a 6-7 footer for bogey on your first hole.
Yeah, don't love the way he played that. I was expecting him to go a bit lower and let it roll out to the hole. I feel like with that low one, you can kind of thin it and it'll still be good.
He looks so comfortable with his hands.
Yeah. Great putt from Jean Hugo.
As soon as he gets a few chances on that European Legends Tour, he came 5th at their tour school, which is a conditional card. He won the first senior event on the SunShine Legends Tour, which gets him a start on the European Legends Tour, and well, he'll take his opportunity and he'll just thrive from there.
I was actually talking to him about it this week, earlier in the week on the range, and yeah, he's quite excited to get out there and play a couple events, and I wouldn't be surprised if he won a lot of events on the Legends Tour and even made his way on the Champions Tour in America. He's certainly good enough.
I was just thinking the same thing. You know, he still hits the ball a long way. He has all facets of the game. I think he'll thrive in the States, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Just don't know how much you want to travel. You know, he didn't travel much the last 10 years, even when he had opportunity to play on the DP World Tour.
I think the Champions Tour might be a touch different, just because I think you get an appearance fee if you are in the events. They pay you per week, which helps with the expenses. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Johnny's definitely good enough.
The thing is, his boys are quite young. You know, they're under 10 or around that age, so they're still going to be around a schooling. What a great opening putt for Travis Proctor.
Amazing.
What a difference for Proctor to Samuel Simpson on the first hole.
Amazing.
From a 5-shot lead, if Sam Simpson doesn't make this, he's only got a 1-shot lead.
And I tell you what, yeah, no, it's going to be a crazy swing. It's going to be an exciting day. I tell you what, though, Travis didn't look too intimidated. He's definitely up for the challenge today, being a rookie. Very impressive. Oh, what a shot from Benjamin.
Plays out of Fancourt and has a couple of brothers that are playing collegiate golf that are really good as well.
Nice. It took him a little bit to get his feet in the door. I remember watching him a couple times on invitations from college, and seems to be one of those really consistent players now. I think he pre-queued 4 out of 6 events last season and does his own thing. Got a bit of an unorthodox move towards the golf ball, but been playing great golf for a while now. Well, Jako's going to feel like this is an important putt with Travis making eagle and Sam in a bit of trouble.
Gives you an idea of how close that chip was from being really good.
Yeah, I just needed about another foot of pace and it would have gone all the way down towards the hole.
But even though he hasn't made birdie, he knows he's getting somewhere near the lead. He's gaining at least 1.
Definitely. And this course can get to you quickly, so Sam needs to try and make this putt and regroup. Yeah, nice putt from Adam. His nickname on the Big Easy Tour was Big Breezy. He's a very tall individual, very strong.
Big putt. And that, unfortunately, is just an absolute horrendous start for Samuel Simpson.
Yeah, it's not really a hole that you should be making double bogey on. Well, that just goes to show what nerves can do to you in this game. You've got quite an easy opening hole and just a 7 to start the day off.
Probably just thinking, why didn't you hit 3 with a flat tee? And
could have just a driver in the ravine and he still would have made a 6.
wow, crazy game golf. But there you have it. An eagle to a double bogey. Travis Proctor is only 1 behind Samuel Simpson. That has brought a host of players back in. Here, Pep will be having a quick look at that leaderboard somewhere and realize, oh, I'm only 3 behind the lead now.
Even the guys on 12 under are still in the game. We've got the ever-experienced Hayden Porteous, 2-time DP Tour winner. He's going to be hunting down the lead now. I think he's going to be quite surprised when he sees the leaderboard when he gets to one of the holes.
Bennett Dunkel on the left-hand side made a holing 1 in the first round.
Yeah, he did, and he's had a couple equipment changes now between the old season and the new season. He's recently signed with Shrixon, so he's got a whole new bag of Shrixon clubs in there, doing him well in the first event, and he's also got a broomstick putter out this week, which is quite a big difference.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. Might see me with a broomstick and a warrior.
Nothing wrong with a broomstick, I tell you what.
Yeah, we've got the second hole here, the par 4 at Heron Banks. It's a quite a scoreable par 4. The bunker on the right is about 245 meters to carry. A lot of space. You can hit it right at the bunker. You can hit it left at the bunker. You really got to hit a sprayed off tee shot to get into that water on the left. So it's not really in play in my opinion. And if you hit a good drive, you've got somewhere between 70 and 110 meters. If it's downwind, you can get pretty close to the green as well. So definitely a scoreable hole. Like to see 1 or 2 guys in the final group make a birdie here. Good chance for Travis to start eagle birdie. Like I said earlier, I played a practice round with him. He's got a really nice golf swing, to be honest. Yeah. Really good move at the golf ball.
Yeah, it looks very neat. You said he lost a lot of balls in that practice round.
Yeah, he
all
did,
those bad shots out the way, I think.
Yeah. Me and Stuart Krog took him on in the practice round, him and Tristan Leonard, and we were cruising along, winning, and then they pressed us on the last, and Travis made eagle and Guess it kickstarted his week.
Hopefully it wasn't a full press.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was, unfortunately. We saw him yesterday. He said, we'll see you guys in Harare same time on a Monday for the practice round.
There you go. You bet he's going to play with you again. It's a good omen. He's playing well. You need to change that around. I know you've had a lot of injury problems, and this is your first week back. And
yeah,
even though I didn't want you here in commentary, I'm glad you are here. But
so.
Good luck for the rest of the season, and it's good to have you back.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a bit of a rusty week, but I was just happy to be out there playing again, and feeling healthy. So excited to have a couple weeks of prep now to get ready for the next stretch of events. Well, what's Sam thinking right now, Al?
Well, I mean, I think he's going, okay, well, I'm going to be aggressive, going to play the way I did. I'm not sure what he hit off that first tee in the first few rounds, but...
Yeah.
I don't think they'll be going left, that's for sure.
Yeah, you've really got a lot of space here on this hole. You can really hit it anywhere. He's a long hitter. He should have something quite short into the hole if he hits a good drive.
I think there'll be a little bit of frustration behind that tee shot as well. Anyway, over that right-hand bunk, I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
He's going to have to regroup.
Nice thing is if you hit in the rough, the greens are quite soft, so you can still kind of play a shot that lines the number, and it's not going to do too much.
Body is for par.
Tell you what, this guy can putt as well. I played with him last week at River Club with Gareth Tyndall, and geez, he just made everything.
How's Gareth playing? He's obviously an ex-commissioner of the SunShine Tour and still sits on our board of...
He always plays quite nicely. He always takes my money. I think he's playing off a 3 or a 4, and I have to play off a +4. So with 7 shots, I don't want to take Gareth on anytime soon again.
Yeah, he's competitive. He's a wonderful cricket player as well.
Okay, nice. Yeah, no, he's a good golfer. Nice to see Simon Deploy playing good again after getting his card back at Q School, and Keegan Thomas finished 75th last year on the Order of Merit, so nice to see him getting off to a hot start. Got a lot of guys this week who didn't play great last year, but come out swinging this week.
Well, I think the start of a new season always fires up those nerves, a little uneasy feeling in your stomach. Is it going to be a good year? But also a lot of hope, and
yeah, definitely.
That the Kuriga Order Merit is swept clean and you start again. So
yeah, I think a lot of guys look forward to that, and sometimes you kind of don't play that great during the whole season, and all you want to do is for it to end and reset. Nice putt there from Martin Bolster. I think he switched putters the week before he won. Or maybe, I think at Serengeti we were talking about it. He had that new putter in the bag, and obviously doing it well. Shout out to the courier guy, Airlink, always helping us players get around our events on tour. And Mediclinic, hosting this week's first event on the SunShine Tour season.
Tristan Stratham, no problems for him.
I didn't play amateur golf in South Africa, but I heard he was quite the killer out there in the amateur circuit.
Yeah, definitely one of the stronger players, and he won the Tour Champs a couple of years back, and then just went off the boil a little, played a bit overseas, and didn't quite work out for him, and had the back injuries. And
quite amazing, like you said there, he transformed his body. I mean, I saw him a couple years ago at Q School, and then I really did not recognize him when I saw him last year on tour. His whole body changed.
That's true. I think he didn't like the option of having an operation, so the next option was to just get back in the gym, make that core really strong, and lost a lot of weight.
He's always dressed so nicely as well. He wears the Nike kit. Second hole here at Heron Banks, the scoreable par 4. Quite a slopey green. Got a couple different segments on the green. If you go a little past that pin, it might run off into the fringe. But yeah, I mean, you can see there, Sam's pretty much driven it close to the green. It's it's definitely a scoreable hole. You can get up close by that green, and Sam's such a long hitter. He's got so much power, and it doesn't even look like he swings that hard. Just got the right levers for golf.
385 meter par 4. let's say he's 30 meters short. That's not too bad.
The first round it was a bit downwind, and the guys behind us actually drove it like 5 meters short of the green. So it's just one of those holes that's set up. You know, you can open up your shoulders and just swing it.
Lying a little heavy in that sort of thicker grain grass for Proctor. Just didn't come out that rough.
It's always a hard decision. Do you take another club and risk going long, or do you take one less and swing it a bit harder? And sometimes it just pops up off the face, and like what happened with Travis right there.
I like the second option. Long's normally always trouble. Over any green, anywhere. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trouble.
Definitely. I played at Florida Atlantic, my collegiate golf for 2 years, and my coach always used to say, "Ricky, do you know what's behind that green?" And I'd say, "What, Coach Sands?" He'd say, "2 shots."
Absolutely, I'm telling you. There's always out of bounds, there's always a bush,
Yeah.
or you got no chip.
Yeah, especially I find at some of the coastal courses we play, like Wild Coast, you never really want to go long of the greens. There's always thick rough or bushes or...
You know, unless there's a penalty area in front of that green.
Yeah.
Short is okay.
Definitely.
It's a little damp there though. 14 mils of rain last night.
Yeah, he could definitely be a bit... I'd rather see him be more aggressive with this than leave it short. Can land it maybe 3-4 meters short of the pin and...
Yeah, that's a little one-handed. Surprised he didn't try and get relief there. It looked pretty damp under that ball.
Yeah, maybe not thinking straight this morning. Who knows? Maybe he was up all night thinking about the lead.
Yeah, so...
Nice thing is we know he can make a lot of birdies. I mean, he made 9 birdies yesterday and made 7 the first day, so... Might come out a little wobbly, but if he starts feeling good at any point in the round today, he could get hot. That's for sure.
Yaku Prince, who is just waiting for one of the rules officials, trying to establish whether he can get relief from casual water. That water has to come up behind your feet.
Yeah, and sometimes if you have a good lie, I like not to even try and get relief. But obviously his lie is a bit muddy probably, and would be nice to get some relief and clean his bowl off before he has to hit his approach shot in.
Got a little less chance of that water coming up behind his feet. He's lost 15 Ks.
Yeah. Jeez, he's also looking great. Recently opened a pie shop as well.
Yeah, he did, him and his wife. In Pretoria.
I mean, he's an elite player. He got his DP World Tour card, what, 3 years ago? 4 years ago? Finishing top 3 on the Order of Merit.
Yeah, he finished second on the Kuriga Order of Merit. Went over and, you know, amazing pathways, but the problem is, you know, when you're playing the majority of your golf overseas and you're coming back and you've got a smaller window to do well in, and
yeah,
if things don't go well, you fall back with nothing, and that's a worldwide problem wherever you go.
Yeah, for sure. Good thing he knows he's a great player and he's fought his way back quite nicely now. He's going to be in all the co-sanctions this year. I wouldn't be surprised to see him have a good breakthrough year again.
There's no doubt. I mean, it's actually surprised he didn't win last season, and tell you what, he's licking his lips right now though.
Yeah, he is, and he's got a great experienced caddy on the back too. I know Tubbs does a lot of caddying out in Europe as well. They seem like they're a good team. They do a lot of talking before every shot. Something I need to do more with my caddy.
It's always an interesting debate what you do with your caddy, or what, you know, some people like to talk a lot, some people don't, some people like to have clarity. I think, you know, picking a target, a very acute target, is a good thing. You know, we're hitting it 3 minutes right that flag on the TV tower, whatever, and, you know, just so you make clear, good decisions.
Yeah, and it's always good to lock in on a small target, because obviously your miss is going to be even better then.
100%.
Great shot there from Yako on the second hole. He's going to have a great look at birdie. I think if he putts well today, he's going to have a great day. He always seems to hit it quite solid. I mean, he's always hitting greens, and proximity looks pretty good. Well, not the easiest pitch here for Sam Simpson. Try and save his par. Got to be feeling a little uneasy right now.
Definitely.
He's really, yeah, good shot.
That'll make him feel a little better.
Definitely. Now he's just got to roll that one in.
So it's interesting that shot processing, you know, when you speak to amateurs or members of your club and you go, okay, well, how far do you hit a 7 iron? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm like, well, how do you start your shot processing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I would always recommend to amateurs who are at some level enough where they're hitting consistently good strikes, they should get on some kind of flight simulator and kind of get an idea of how far they're hitting. Even if it's within 15 meters, at least you know, okay, the pin's at the back of the green. Let's hit something that we know won't go long, or the pin's at the front. Let's hit something we know that's going to go at least over the pin, because then scoring becomes a lot easier.
Absolutely, you know, when you're playing at the coast, or you can add your uphill, downhill, or your into the wind, downwind, but you got to have something to start with. That's a wonderful chip.
Oh,
it's an eagle
wow.
birdie start.
Travis Proctor. Wow. Amazing. What a start from the rookie.
There's
Jeez.
no ways he thought last night when he went to sleep, well, I'll be tied the lead. Maybe
Has a chance
even
to
in
have
the
the
lead
solo lead. It's crazy.
after 2 holes.
Wow, it's quite amazing, eh? And I mean, we talked about it earlier. He didn't have the best amateur career. It's not like he played. It's not like he dominated last season either on the Big Easy Tour, finishing 7th on the Betway Big Easy Tour. So amazing to see what he's doing here in the first event.
Playing like a veteran. Looks
Yeah.
pretty calm.
Sometimes it takes a while to bloom.
He will be around the lead. He is fiercely competitive. He's Austin.
Yeah, sometimes too competitive. It rubs you the wrong way. He always means business, and there's nothing else. He never knows how to shut that off, which definitely is a good thing for him.
Yeah, one down at Wild Coast last year at the Sunbet Challenge, and one in Australia in his hometown.
Yeah, no, I played with Austin those first 2 rounds at Wild Coast, and I mean, he was like cruising, maybe even around the lead the second round, and hit like an average chip and threw his club, and I was like, wow, man, just keep it easier. You're still up there. So he's definitely plays with emotions, like a Tyrrell Haddon.
If I'm not mistaken, he shot a really good last round, and
Yeah, bogey free, 8 under.
past Mike Hollick, who was in great form at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael Hollick's got a exciting year ahead for him. I'm sure he's at home getting some well-deserved rest after how well he started his season on the DP World Tour.
There he is. He was. He posted some shots of hitting some drivers, working on his driver. He wasn't quite so happy, but that's a good putt for Jaco Prinsloo.
Very nice. Oh,
Well,
they're out to play now.
Certainly are.
Sam's going to be feeling the nerves after this start from his playing partners. It's going to set us up for a very exciting day.
Christian Burke. Downhill. Oh, wonderful.
Very nice. He putts great with that lap putter.
He has been consistently good for probably 18 months now.
Oh, so good. And before that, I know he was in a bit of a rut, but I played with him on the IGT circuit a couple years ago, and he was hot there too.
Well done, Sam Simpson. That'll settle him. Now, Christian Burke, unbelievable amateur career, and I mean, people forget he also shot 56 around Potchefstroom, lowest score ever in South Africa.
Crazy, and I think he tied the lowest score ever with Rain Gibson in that World Book of Records. So
I know in South Africa, we look at Keegan Thomas roller then, that Olivia Oosthuizen shot 57 at Mossel Bay, and Daniel Green at Boschuk also shot 57.
oh wow, that's amazing. Well, we've got Travis Proctor here, tied for the lead after his eagle birdie start. Amazing stuff. Gerard Pepler continuing his hot round. He's 6 under through 10 holes. Jaco Prinsloo, we just saw him roll in that putt to get to 14 under.
Henia Kennedy actually finished outside the top 100 last year, and he's using his
5 years.
5-year
Yeah.
membership. There's some categories that you can keep your membership going, and good to see him back and playing well in the first event, because that category is quite far back in category 9, so you need to really re-rank quickly.
Yeah, you need to re-rank well. Oki Stridham playing some nice golf. He's been playing on the DP World Tour for a couple years now.
Well, Aki actually thought that he was exempt, his winner's exemption was longer than what he thought.
Oh, is he done now?
He had, yeah, after winning the Alfred Daniel Championship and the Auto Merit in the same year.
And he won that Singapore Open event as well. I think it was a couple weeks
Singapore was
after
in the DP
downhill.
Water, yeah, so he got 3 years. You don't get longer than 3 years, and I think he thought it was 5 years.
Oh, wow.
And
so has he lost his DP World Tour card now?
no, he's the Singapore event he won was in the beginning of DP World Tour's next season, so he's still exempt till
this
November.
season. Okay.
But on our tour, he's in category 9, but he doesn't have that winner's category anymore.
Okay,
So
nice. Solid shot there from Travis Proctor. Tricky par 3. I mean, it's earlier I said all the par 3s were over 190 meters, so I made a mistake. This is the only one that's not over 190 meters. This one plays about 160 to 175 meters, depending where the pin is, but definitely the tightest green to work with, surrounded by those bunkers, as you can see here. And it's quite a tight landing area. Maybe looks a bit bigger than it is right now on this view, but you don't have a big area to land the ball, and the green's quite substantially back to front, so maybe not drawing as much as he wants. Yeah, not bad. Gonna have an uphill putt. Nothing wrong with that.
pretty new estate, Heron Banks. I think the GM's at 12 years with lots of different stand options that you can choose from.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful estate. So much wildlife. Jeez, how flexible were Sam's elbows there? Did you see how close they got to each other at the top of the swing? Mine would break.
He does possess a beautiful golf swing.
It's nice. Always strikes it well. Oh.
A little bit right, but lying okay.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. Talked about the par 3 here. It's quite a narrow landing area. Want to avoid those bunkers around the green. They've got quite steep fronts. And yeah, I would say it's a scoreable hole with how soft the conditions are. Can land a 9-iron or an 8-iron. Most of the players will be hitting close to the pin and shouldn't do too much from there. Definitely want to leave the ball under the pin here. Green's curving a lot back to front. Always seems to be a lot of game walking from 3 to 4. Stuart's dad actually told me that one of those little springbucks came up to him in the second round and he started petting it. And it literally stayed there while he was petting it. Yeah.
Wow. Keir McLaughlin, great par save.
I swear, whenever I look at this man's scorecard, he's always got between 21 and 24 putts. It never changes.
That's ridiculous. Few people buy those stats.
Yeah, I'd pay a lot of money to have those putting stats. Oh, we've got match number 8 here. Hayden Porteous, Benjamin Van Veek, and Weinhard Dingle. Yeah. 2 veterans, and Ben, I think it's his second season on SunShine Tour.
Yeah, he's had 3 top 10s last season.
Reminds me a lot of Darren Fichard, that swing. He like loops it around his neck and then reroutes it, and got a lot of nice tempo going on as well.
Yeah, he also has quite a high right elbow, and well, we've seen many players with that do well. I mean, Darren's been an unbelievable player for so long.
Yeah, I love Darren's demeanor when he plays golf. Jeez. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for Sam today, how he manages himself and his attitude. He can seem to get a little down on himself sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is, you know, he's got to look at it hopefully the right way. Like, it's been a horrendous start, but
he's played so nicely.
But if he can come back and win from that start, it'll do a lot of confidence further on in the season.
Definitely.
I think he's a little disappointed with his finish to last season after that win
Yeah.
in Pani Zambia Open in Kana, and then didn't quite play so well in the co-sanctions and missed a lot of cuts by one. And I think this is obviously a really important round. You know, to get your second win is, you know, pretty substantial, and
Yeah.
that's what he's all going about now. And it hasn't worked out in the beginning, but if he can get through that, like you say, he's obviously playing well, and then win, it'll be amazing for his confidence. So he's got to look at it that way, and not the other way, like, oh no, this is going all the wrong way already. How am I gonna, and get himself into a flat spin? But
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of golf still to play. He just needs to shut those outer voices out. Like even there on 3, he hit his tee shot, and I think he looked around like something distracted him, which it's quite possible it did, but he just needs to focus on what he can control today. Have some fun as well. I'd love to see him smile a bit.
Gerard Pepler, he is 6 under for his round through 10 holes.
I think this is hole number 2, yeah. He could actually be there for 1. I'm not even kidding, Al. We saw Sam 30 meters short of the green. I wonder if Pepler's lying 1 or 2 here. I'm going to go with 2, but wouldn't be surprised if it was 1.
He hits at ridiculous distances. You can see the size of that man. Is he playing placing with the amount of rain they've had?
We haven't seen a lot of guys chipping it from here either.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he's got to carry that false front. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, great chip. He's got such good hands. For a big man who hits it that far, love the way he chips.
Yeah, not a bad combination. Length and
Yeah.
good hands.
You got to think he's got potential to go all the way in this game. Play on the PGA Tour one day with his length. We got Travis Proctor here. Chance to take the solo lead. This is to get to 4 under through 3 holes in his opening 4 holes.
Oh!
Great putt. It's looking good, eh? Yeah, and you see Sam's there. He's got about 15 feet for his par.
Tough putt, Ricky. That looks like it's coming downhill left to right, and
Yeah, if he gives us a bit too much, he could easily hit this 4 or 5 feet past the hole. So he's got to decide what he wants to do here. Oh. Yeah, look at that thing. That's not a gimme.
one of those things you feel like you haven't woken up yet, and that's like a bit of a bad dream, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's actually tricky because he's not gonna. Is that a Gerard Pepler using a broomstick
He's got
putter?
a broomstick.
Sorry, I was in shock there when I saw that. What? Wow.
He had it at the DNI Tour Championship
Crazy
playoffs.
stuff.
And,
I was gonna say Sam doesn't have a par 5 again until the 9th, so got a lot of holes you got to get through before he feels like he can make an eagle.
we were talking about momentum earlier as we watch Prinsu go back up the hill, and just with your own game and our, everybody's game, you need momentum, and just look at Proctor makes an eagle, even Prinsu makes a birdie. You're already under par, you feel a bit easier, then everything sort of
100%.
comes to you, and then unfortunately with Sam, he's in the opposite place, and
No, 100%. And golf is such a fickle game. I mean, you can have this rough start, but you've been playing great the whole week, and you can somehow shoot something like 76, 77, and you're like, how did that happen? Like, I'm a professional golfer. I've won on the SunShine Tour. I've played well in DP World Tour events, and I shot 77 today. Like, how is that even possible? But you can get off to a rough start. You can miss a couple putts. You can hit a bad tee shot, and all of a sudden it adds up to 77.
Benjamin Van Veek coming downhill a little short. Yeah, I think for Sam, he's now got to just find some fairway and greens, and it's so easy to try pushing and find a birdie too quickly, and then you make a compounded mistake. And I'm trying to remember, you're actually still up there by the lead, so it's okay.
Yeah, we've got hole number 4 here at Heron Banks. Quite a lengthy par 4. We've got the hazard you see there on the right, but it doesn't really come into play. You should just take on that second bunker. It's about 285 meters to carry, and I think all of the guys in that final group have the power to get over that bunker, and leaves you with something around 130 to 150 meters in, depending where the pin is on the green. Left's quite open as well. You can got a lot of room to work with, so not the hardest tee shot in the world, and with the greens being soft, it's another hole where I feel like you can make a birdie if you hit 2 solid golf shots. Got Travis Proctor here lining up his tee shot on the 4th. Don't think he has the length to carry that second bunker. Must say the rough on the right is quite thick. So Prinslow's quite a long hitter, Hale.
No, he gets it out there big time.
I think he could definitely maybe take on those bunkers and not have to go anywhere near that water hazard on the right.
He's part of that team with Dougie Wood and Bianca, the
Want to be a champion?
They have a really good team, and they work really hard. And JC Ritchie, quite a few of them in that group.
I think Brandon Stone.
Individuals, should I say?
Yeah,
but I mean,
Brandon Stone's also in that group of players.
Bianca Blumhoff, she actually went over with Casey Jarvis to the Masters.
Oh wow!
To help him, yeah.
How cool that would have been. Jeez. Amazing the places that golf can take you. You're a physio bio at Serengeti Golf Estate, and the next thing you know, you're at the Masters.
Bergie for Van Veek.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him have a really good year. He's got the game. Quite interesting. Gerard Pepler obviously started on the other side of the golf course, and now he's right behind our leaders.
Yeah, so for the viewers, it's a horseshoe draw, meaning players tee off the 1st and the 10th. There's Van and Dengel. Like you said, gone to the long putter.
Couple new guys out there with him, eh?
He's a good singer. Calls himself the Vein Cut.
He actually performed last week in Pretoria, at Friday, what's it called? Blackjack Fridays. It's a bar there by Wingate Country Club.
Okay.
We're going to
go down to Ludwig Manyama, the TD for this week's Mediclinic Invitational.
My name is Ludwig Manyama. I'm the tournament director for the SunShine Tour. I love what I'm doing. I've been doing it for 20 years now. It is a very important tournament. This is the first tournament of the season. The guys are fresh coming from the qualifying school, and they are here to make a point. We saw from the Q school new boys coming with new talent, and they are ready to show the old boys that they can do it. And now looking forward to it. The golf course it's in good shape, so we're heading for an exciting week. Every golf course is different. The greens are beautiful. It will be a good test for the players. Yeah, I mean, coming to such a beautiful course, well taken care of. The greenkeeper, Robert, and his staff has done a great job. I mean, it makes our job a little bit easier because there's not much. I mean, the fairways are great. We're just praying that the rain just stays away. And we're going to have a beautiful tournament because fairways, tee boxes, and the greens are perfect. We love all the sponsors that we have because golf is nothing without the sponsors, and we thank Mediclinic for their continuous support of this game of golf that we love so much.
Coming up a little shy at the right rough on the third. Okay, put 12 under and not 14 under, just a little correction.
Remind everyone, besides being live on channel 213, we're also live on a YouTube live stream and Facebook. If you guys want to hop on there and ask us any questions, we're more than happy to answer. See, Travis Proctor found the right-hand hazard on hole number 4. Bit of a big miss for him, but yeah, he's gonna have a.
Yeah, that's a pity after eagle birdie pass start. .430-meter par 4.
Yeah, probably plays around 20 meters downhill, just from the tee boxes, but elevated up. But it is quite a long hole, especially with the soft conditions. And the green isn't the biggest surface either. Love his extension through the ball. Oh, what a shot.
That is a great recovery for Travis Proctor. A neat looking golf swing.
All smiles for him. Nice to see. Brushing off that bad tee shot. Looks like he's going to have some fun today.
Nice quick rhythm. Aggressive through the ball. Austin Baptista. You'll see if something happens when the ball falls off you should go back through your whole routine again. He didn't quite do that there. I thought he was going to.
In a rush to hit.
Yeah. Hopefully he proves me wrong and hits a good shot.
Not bad. Seems like a popular spot on that hole today. Shying away from that pin on the right hand side. This looks high.
Oh, there he is, just behind the hole. It's better said, normally high and handsome, but
wow, that's a lot of spin, eh?
there you go. That's better for Sam Simpsons, and he'll have actually have his first birdie attempt.
Yeah, to get back tied for the lead, possibly, with Travis Proctor. Looks like Thomas.
Looks like Spreadborough.
Yeah. He's having a great week. He just, he was in the UK for a little bit, having a nice rest and prepping for the new season.
Yeah, these our overseas players are playing the Sunshine to just love this country and the food, the golf, the competition, the people.
Yeah, I mean, look at Q-School a couple of weeks ago. How many internationals got their card? I think more internationals than South Africans, actually. So definitely a destination and a tour that people want to come from all over the world to play on. There's so many opportunities now. Really attracting a wide range of players from all over the globe.
Yeah, and you can understand why, like you say, with the, with the pathways and the opportunity. But just, if you want to hone your game and become competitive, you need to play against competitive people. And let's just have a look at Burke. Looks like it's just overdrawing it a little bit.
Quite interesting. I was going to say, sorry, Al. Elliot Bradley. He's a player from the UK, and he came for Q School, didn't get his card, and then he went over to Africa to try and get his card on the developmental tour there, and he got his card, so now he's going to spend a season playing over there in Africa.
Yeah, the SunDev Tour and
quite amazing.
SunShine Tour, and Thomas the App and staff have got their branches out through Africa and finding a way into the SunShine Tour, and that's what it's all about. You know, if you play well, you want to be rewarded.
Definitely.
Just like through the Betway Tour.
Yeah.
Now also through the SunDev Tour, and it just shows you how important it is if you got to, I wouldn't say sacrifice a year, just like you have to do in the Hotel Planet Tour to get onto the DP World Tour, because that's how important it is for them.
Yeah.
They'd rather play through a season, one, you're competitive, you're playing a lot of golf where there are not other opportunities around wherever they are, and showing that if they can get on that SunShine Tour where greatness begins, you have that opportunity. Because if you want to play on a tour, that if you do have a good season, what is it going to do for me? And we know, you know, we can get onto the DP World Tour, you can get onto the Hotel Planet Tour, you can get into the Open, you can get into the Masters.
100%. You can get into the Masters now. I know, how insane is that? Oh, even Yurov Premo, I was talking to him, or no, sorry, was it Yurov? No, I was talking to Martin Volster earlier this week, and he's got himself an invitation into the Singapore Open coming up, just because of how good he's been playing on the SunShine Tour.
Yeah, that's great, and that's a par for Jaco Prinsloo. I think he's going to be right up there come 3 hours time. You know, I think that's why, you know, the sponsors we have on the SunShine Tour, they understand that, and the backing, Super Sport, and it's just a great collaboration of everything, actually, and in a really strong and positive situation at the moment.
100%. I actually played the first 2 rounds this week with Greg Snow. He is from Kenya, and he got through that developmental tour over there to get his SunShine Tour card.
It's a good up and down from Thomas Bredborough. Big putt, Samuel Simpson.
Yeah, needs this to go in, get some momentum going.
And he does.
Very good, Sam. Good job. That's the way to respond.
His whole demeanor will change now, and it's like you're in the right direction again. You've had a bit of a bad dream. You've come through it. And, that's great. Yeah. Travel a lot with Dougie McGuigan. Talk about longevity in the game.
Jeez, it's amazing. At his age, I think he's, what, 54 years old? Still playing some great golf.
Dougie's 55 this year, and he turned pro young as well, and he's played all over the place, and he too has a card, I think, and maybe not a full card, but he definitely has a card on the Legends Tour, and we'll be playing between the two tours and still competing, 7 under par.
Travis Proctor here to stay tied for the lead. Well, that's definitely going to be a big shift in momentum here. That's not good. Amazing. He walked to the 4th tee after such a good start, thinking here he is, big chance to win a SunShine Tour event, and Sam makes birdie, and now the whole dynamics of the leaderboard can change. Gotta make this one to reduce the damage, but either way, there's going to be a big change in the leaderboard.
Well, even though it's a bogey, you know, he did have a penalty drop, and he had a really good second in there. He was aggressive with his putt.
Definitely. Well, we see there Samuel Simpson takes back the sole possession of the lead on 16 under after his tough start to the day. Travis Proctor still on his back, 1 shot behind. Gerard Pepler sitting at 12 under after his hot start.
I tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if Aki Stratum doesn't come through. We're talking about not being in the winners category anymore, which he's been in for a long time, and he won't like that.
Yeah, and he knows how to get it done.
Austin Baptista back up the hill, a little left to right.
Seems like it's a tough putt from down there. Everyone either borrowing too much or under-reading it. Tell you what, Christian Burke looks quite smart today with that red outfit.
I think it's a little maroon. I think I'd call it maroon.
Okay, sorry, maroon.
Our school blazer was maroon at Fishhook, so I know.
Either way, it looks very smart.
Dark maroon, actually.
Dark maroon. Big putt here for Keegan to stay tied fourth. He changed putters midway through last season to that Spider, which we see a lot of people worldwide being successful with right now. Seemed to help his putting stats a lot. He grips it conventional, then he'll change to that claw grip before he sends the putt off. Bit of a jab.
It's quite interesting that I was talking to one of my clients the other day who pats with a claw, Mike Pfaff actually, and he said, yeah, all the we was watching the PGA Tour and all the other Sunshine Tour and what they do that they conventional and then go claw.
Then go claw, yeah. Another claw. Burke putt's lovely though. I always see him with 2 or 3 putters in his bag in the practice rounds. Then he always goes back to the lab once the tournament starts. Don't fix what isn't broken.
It often happens that like you want to make a change and then about half an hour before that tee off, no, let's just go back to what we know works.
100%. Keegan Thomas here to save his bogey. Bit of a slow start for him, but he needs to regroup and have a strong day. Didn't have the best season last year, but good chance here to start off the new year. We've got hole 5 here, quite a strong par 3, playing over 190 meters. Green's quite long, but narrow. Got to negotiate with that bunker on the right. I think a good play today will be somewhere 5 to 10 meters left of that pin. Give yourself a nice chance at birdie. Always helps with the soft conditions. You know, you can go straight at the pin and the ball react the way you want it to. Yeah, right where we where everyone's gonna want to hit it.
Yeah, just left of it.
I know it's Gary Player's colours, but black always looks so neat, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it does. It's a lovely color. As long as it's not too hot, I think it's always one of the smarter options to go with.
Yeah, it's just 22 degrees today. A little breeze. I think it looks like they're going to be okay with the rain.
Yeah, I think it's looking quite promising.
That looks like it's going left, but it's okay.
We have our first YouTube comment. Jared Bauer, 230, asked how is Ethan Smith doing? Jared, he missed the cut by 1, but I did see him on the range yesterday and he's in high hopes, so all the best to Ethan Smith the rest of the season. Thanks for commenting.
Another lefty.
Another lefty, another very athletic lefty. Jeez, he moves the ball.
Yeah, he's strong.
Oh, he's very strong. We were having a little competition yesterday. Me, him, Ben followed Smith on Trackman, who could hit it further. And yeah, Ethan was smoking it past us. Well, looks a little left. Yeah.
It's okay. I don't know, but you told me you got it to 124 miles an hour. What are they getting it to?
Yesterday I got it, my best was 122. Ben got it to 121 and Ethan got it to about 125. Got Sam Simpson here, who just took back his solo lead at 16 under. Graham van der Merwe, he's been a player in form lately. I think he finished 25th last year on the Order of Merit.
Yeah, he did, and it was just a consistent performance the whole year. Finished 5th in the DNI Tour Champs to finish the year, and really solid performance.
Adam Bream playing great golf again. He's sitting at 11 under, tied 14th with Martin Rower. Jean Hugo, 50 years old. He's competing out there with everyone.
Martin Rowe's actually on a medical extension, a little bit like you, so he has quite a few events to add to his points from last year. I have no doubt the quality of golf he plays, he'll be okay and get himself into a good category come end of the year.
Definitely. I played 9 holes with him on Tuesday, and he actually has his girlfriend caddying for him this week, and they were in high spirits. Played a little with him and Jaco van Zyl, who had his wife Stacey on the bag. Was missing out. Both players with their significant others on the bag, and there me and Jeff were.
Decent chip from Keenan Davidson. It's great to see Jaco van Zyl, though he's been out for probably a good part of 6 to 8 months, and he did try and make one comeback at the end of last year at the Johnson Workwear, but didn't feel like he was ready. And
I'll tell you what, he's playing good golf right now.
He's always been a great golfer.
48 in the world was his highest world golf ranking. I mean, how amazing is that?
He has one of the best rhythms in the game.
We got another YouTube question from MMA iChemist 1985. The question is, are the caddies provided by the course, or are these players' chosen caddies? So on the SunShine Tour, the courses don't provide the caddies with you. A lot of times you'll have a full-time caddy, and you will travel with him, and you will play the entire season with him. Sometimes you stay with the caddy even 10 seasons. And then if you don't decide you want a full-time caddy, then you do have the option of getting a local caddy. Sometimes the courses will have local caddies that will be at the gate of the tournament looking for a bag because they want some work for the week. Sometimes courses won't have local caddies available, so all that stuff you need to arrange on your own and make sure you have a plan going into the week so you have a caddy for the week. But I would say the majority of players have their own caddy and have some kind of arrangement with 1 or 2 guys throughout the season, depending where you travel to.
Yeah, SACA, the South African Caddy Association, provide just about all the professional caddies, and but you do have that option of taking your wife, your partner, or somebody that you decide to.
Great question, though. Thanks for tuning in and asking us something. Whoever else wants to know anything, just shoot us a question.
Davidson chipped this a little bit past. Should come from his left, and nice up and down for Keenan. .50 top 10s on the SunShine Tour in his career.
Darren's 2702. Yeah, there's a bit of a problem with Pepler's score. We're going to sort that out soon so that the app matches the TV. And then I'm going to let Al take this next question from Official SETI. What are the best ways to qualify to the tour as an amateur golfer?
As an amateur golfer, you need to go through the qualifying school at the end of our season, which has just happened a few weeks before this event.
There are a couple different pathways. You can, besides playing Q School, you can also try and get yourself into a Big Easy, Betway Big Easy Tour event and play as an amateur.
Jaco Prinsloo.
Oh, what a great putt.
Wow, that would have been a bomb.
Yeah, so going back to that amateur pathway, the most popular option as an amateur is to play in that Q School, hey Al, because then if you get your card, you can turn professional afterwards.
There are other ways. You can be in a good enough ranking with the World Amateur Golf ranking.
Yeah, or RSA.
Or collegiate ranking and
Yeah.
university pathways. So there are ways that are really good these days. So same way as you can get onto the PGA Tour, if the leading player on collegiate golf gets the PGA Tour, and then the next guy gets the Corn Ferry. Top so many get onto the SunShine Tour through there, but also through the World Amateur Golf ranking.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's an awesome initiative now to get rewarded for playing great golf when you're in college.
There are also a few amateurs that qualified through our Thiamanyama Tour School, and they can decide when they want to take up their membership. If they want to go play Eisenhower or a few other events, and then
Definitely.
They obviously lose out on gaining those points, but that's their decision. Alton van der Merwe did that a couple of years ago.
Sam Simpson, that was a nice putt. Great pace.
There's a wonderful saying though, Ricky, good golf takes care of itself, and
That it does.
no matter where you are, how you are, what category in amateur, if you play good golf, everything will just fall in line.
100%, and that's something I've been trying to conceptualize in my mind. If I go back to my Betway Big Easy days and IGT days, I wasn't really thinking about where everything would lead me to. I was just focusing on playing good golf, and I ended up winning a bunch of events on the mini tours, and then you end up playing on the SunShine Tour. So sometimes it's better not to think about the result, just more about the process and having fun and doing what you love. Big putt here for Travis Proctor to save his par. It's such a good start. Doesn't want to give away shots.
Yeah, that's back-to-back bogeys for Travis, and not his greatest chip. To be lying a little down in that first cut of the semi-rough.
Kyle Porter 1228, is there prize money today? Yes. All these people playing in this tournament, I don't think there's any amateurs today, so everyone is playing golf for a living. The prize fund is 2.5 million rand, and I think the winner today will get somewhere shy of 400,000 rand. And there's about 140 players that start the week off, and top 50 players in ties will make the cut after 2 days, and everyone who finishes in that top 50 will get paid today, depending on their performance. I think last place will take home around 15,000 rand, so a lot of money to play for, and every shot counts. Another question here from @Shamo4895. For someone in their 30s starting golf, would it be possible to make it to the SunShine Tour as a pro? Might be a bit unlikely, but never say never. You can start golf at any age, and you can become a great golfer. I believe there have been stories of someone starting in their 20s and making it onto the Corn Ferry Tour, or even I remember there was a Canadian man, I don't remember his name, Alan, but he started golf at 25 and he ended up playing on the Corn Ferry Tour, even won on the Corn Ferry Tour. So yeah, it's definitely possible, but maybe wouldn't recommend that pain on anyone.
I think as we just look at the sixth hole.
Yeah, the
Ricky,
sixth
talk us through
hole
this.
is a drivable par 4 actually. It's about 298 meters to the front of the green, playing shy of 8 meters uphill. You've got those bushes on the right, which is marked as a hazard, so if you do hit it in the penalty area on the right, you can drop where it crossed. I don't believe the houses are in play on the left. I mean, you've got about 60 meters to work with between the bushes and the houses. I think everyone in the final group has the firepower to reach the green, and if you can't reach the green, you can definitely hit it in that front side bunker, which sets you up with a very nice chance of getting up and down and making a birdie. So I would say it's definitely top 3 easiest holes on the golf course and a very good scoring opportunity. You can also elect it a 4-iron and leave yourself 50 meters to the front of the green. So definitely a couple different ways you can play the hole, but I do think the right option is to take that driver out and go for it with the soft conditions, and right being a hazard, you know, you don't have much to lose.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like I say, Samson is a long way, and if you can get one good tee shot, yeah, he's pulled that driver in on that green and make another birdie, it'll already settle him.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially considering Proctor's made another bogey.
Yeah, for sure.
Just getting back to that age thing, at 30, You know, that's a tough gig to come into if you haven't had, like, if you have had an unbelievable amateur career and something prevented you from turning pro, maybe business or family or whatever it is. 100% give it a go to tour school. But if you haven't really had any track record up to then,
listen, if you're not a scratch golfer at your home club right now at the, I would not recommend it.
Not even scratch, like, you know, to be honest, +3, +4. If you're not shooting 67 regularly around your home course, and not in a Saturday or Wednesday on your club champs.
No, for sure.
You know.
But if you have the funds and you have the time and you want to go put in 10 hours a day for 5 years, then by all means, go give it a go.
I'll go try out some mini tours first, though. And I mean, I think it was Greg Norman who started pretty late in his career. I think
21
it was 19
or 19. Yeah, even Lee Trevino. I know he was
James
in the. Lee Trevino was in the Marines. No, not the Marines.
He was in the Marines when he was younger.
The Marines, yeah, the Naval Forces, and then he had to stop for a while. Well, let's see what Sam can do here. He can fly it on the screen, certainly. Oh,
it's a little right. Little right.
Keddy West quickly going to look where that might cross. He wanted. I know he's also, I think he's got a mini driver in that bag. Almost maybe felt like the driver was too much. I mean, I hit it on the front of the green the second round, and Sam hits it a long ways longer than me.
Let's have a look at Jaco van Zel's left foot. Just gives it a little tap, and that initiates the transfer into the trail leg, and then replants it. Doesn't quite replant it, but just got.
I think this could be a really nice distance for him too.
See that little tap?
Come on, Win. Up.
Oh, a little bit right. It's amazing, those houses are so far left, but that's out of bounds and you don't want to hit it there, so...
Pushes you right.
Pushes you right. Linux at ZA asked what was the cut line. I believe the cut line was 3 under par, so if you were sitting on 3 under par, you made the cut. 3 under par ended up finishing tied 50th for the first 2 rounds, which was exactly what the amount of players that make the cut. 50 in ties.
Yeah, ended up being 55 players. Long as you tied for 50th, you carry on, or whatever the cut line is for different tournaments.
He likes this one. He flew it on the green in the practice round with me. Yeah, my prediction is either it's in the bunker or on the green.
Yeah, I'm definitely not sure of that bunker, so it's got a good chance. And the other two in that group look like they're flirting a little with that penalty area down that right-hand side.
Oh, this is an awesome angle.
MJ, coached by Hendrik Beerman. Let's have a look at that swing plane.
He's got a nice golf swing.
Very efficient.
Love how he gets through the ball.
Very much a one-plane swing.
Well, not his best.
Definitely not his best, and
that's going to be a long putt.
I feel that might have been a little bit out the heel.
Yeah.
Close to the pipeline.
Tell you what, MJ's a bulldog. Such a good competitor. It was awesome to see him win the SDC at Zabula.
I tell you what, that was the rain delay or the lighting delay hurt him a lot. He had quite a few shot lead and came back and had some hiccups and really had to dig down deep to win that event. And
yeah, I remember on the last hole in regulation, he had a bit of an oopsie. Like went for the green and chunked it and ended up being short of the hazard and made birdie. Nice to see Albert Venter playing some good golf, some weekend golf this week at Heron Banks. I think his last win came in Zimbabwe at Royal Harare.
Yeah, 2 wins in 1 season and was off flying 3 years ago now, and a little bit out of it the last couple of years, and especially last year. But he's kept his cards, and he is also on a 5-year membership, if I'm not mistaken. But we know he's got loads of potential. Here's a man who just peels out top 10s every week.
Yeah, I always wonder when's Peter going to go play somewhere else, because he just cleans up on this tour. Mr. Pierre Villanox, he's had a great season last year as a rookie and off to a good start this season. He just keeps on improving. Interesting putting grip there, hey?
Strong left hand. Don't often see that.
Works for him.
Still had it up the palm though, I think, for a lot of amateurs. If you can get the grip going up your palm, unlike your grip in your golf swing.
Yeah, you want it more in your lifeline.
Absolutely. Just above the bunker. That's actually, that's okay.
So we've got 2 more comments on YouTube. Linux asked, does Stain City form part of the SunShine Tour also? So there's no real set courses that form part of the Sun.
It has been
part
of the DP World Tour co-sanctioned event with the SunShine Tour in the past. It wasn't in the last year, but
could in the future
take different roles. Yeah, sure.
And then Ray Snyder has just reminded us that Tong Chai Jaidi turned pro 30.
Wow, and he had an amazing career on the DP World Tour, now on the Champions Tour.
Yeah, he's made a lot of money in his golf career.
Wow, he was effective.
I love watching him.
He's Thai, right? Not
Thailand,
Filipino.
yeah, I think he's Thailand.
I think maybe he's a Manny Pacquiao, he just keeps on fighting.
Yeah.
Right?
Jeez, and he's got one of those cool homemade swings and just masters what he does.
I thought I heard Manny Pacquiao was going to fight again. When he's been in retirement a few times, into politics.
I saw that as well. Got to think some of those old school fighters, they see how much money the current fighters are making and they want to get a piece of the action.
Look, I think he's made a bit of money on,
yeah,
on
that's
Pacquiao,
true.
but I think that last fight he got money against Mayweather, I tell you what, that was a pretty close call. But anyway, let's get back to golf, and Jakob Prinsloo found the right-hand bunker, which is a lot better than we thought it was.
Yeah, good chance to make his birdie here. Not bad at all.
Big slope right to left.
Not bad. See it coming down. SAS4429 said, great to see my great friend Henny Kennedy back on tour. All the best to him. Everyone playing the season. Thanks for tuning in and thanks for the comment. Great to see Henny Kennedy playing some good golf this week. Is this Sam Simpson second?
Yeah, he wouldn't have dropped it there if he was in the penalty area. And
good drive as well.
Feed it off the right.
Yeah, very nice.
Leave himself an uphill putt.
Wow. Actually drove it 1 meter short of the green there yesterday and made a bogey, or on the second round.
I thought you spent more time on your short
game. Yeah, I thought
when
so too.
Resting that shoulder.
Yeah.
Lying a little thick, this will release.
Very nice. It's going to give him a great opportunity to walk off with a 3.
Which putt would you rather have? Samson up the hill or Travis Law right to left, but across?
I do believe I was reading a golf book the other day and it basically said it uphill, downhill,
more putts
break.
downhill.
Well, it was just saying closer to the hole always wins. So.
Proximity to the hole. I think Dave Pelt's putting Bible talks about, and I don't know if that's a generalization with amateurs and pros, that just more putts downhill make it because they get past the hole.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about pace as much. Tell you what, all 3 of those guys will want to make their birdie before they head over to the treacherous 7th hole.
MJ for par.
Don't see him 3-putt too often. He's quite dangerous with that flat stick.
To be fair, I think it's about 90 feet though for his birdie putt.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can consider it a putt.
Hockey Stadium, going with the light beigey brown colours. This is maybe his new Sunday gear.
Ray Snyder's also said Tyron Snyder's got his Sunshine Tour card through the Global Amateur Pathway, which is correct. He
did.
played some great golf in American University and then got his card. Thanks for reminding us, Ray.
He did, and he came and joined the tour sort of halfway through the year and did well to stay in the top 100.
Yeah.
Tyron's become a really steady player, and look forward to watching his career this year.
Definitely. I think he finished top 25 last season, so in great position to get all into the co-sanction events.
Straight in for another birdie. Oh, turned a lot. Good catch.
Got a couple characters in that group. Oki Stridham, Ruhan Corbin, MJ.
I didn't realize how serious Oki Stradham's back injuries were. And, that time we didn't really hear. He was on the DP World Tour, we didn't hear much of him, but he had quite a few operations, and he said it almost felt like in his hips down, he just couldn't feel anything, and good to see him back and healthy.
Yeah, definitely. When he's healthy, he's going to win tournaments.
Before he had his first win on the Sunshine Tour, which came at Sishan and Katu, he had 19 seconds.
Jeez. That's amazing. Quite interesting. You always remember Jack Nicklaus for all his wins, but he had a lot of runner-ups in the majors too.
That is a proper horseshoe from Ruhan Korb.
He's not going to be thrilled with that.
No. Little downhill birdie putt. Oh, didn't take the break.
Wow. Quite a steep hill there, hey?
Yeah, a bit of slope. I quite fancy Sam's putt. Should come a little from his left-hand side.
Yeah, I think if he hits it with the right pace, he won't have to take too much break, though, being an uphill putt. See Oki Stridham there lurking at 13 under, and Graham van der Merwe. See if Sam Simpson can extend his lead to 17 under.
It's really been a roller coaster, hasn't it? Started with a 5-shot lead, lost the lead after the second hole. All of a sudden he can get it back to 3. That's a bit too much. No.
Oh, great putt. Wow, good job, Sam Simpson.
That'll make him feel better.
Gets him back to 1 over for the day and 17 under total. Potential 3-shot lead here, depending on Travis. Yeah.
It's always a tough putt. You've got to keep the speed up with a right to left to side heel.
Quite an interesting series of events here. Looks like Travis is getting a bit frustrated now, even after the last hole. Need to keep those emotions in check.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. Like you say, he's going to learn a lot about himself today. And first time you're in a final group on the Sunshine Tour. How do you cope? You never know until you put yourself in that situation.
100%. Yeah, Prinzler just going to keep plodding away with all his experience. Maybe not the most comfortable 3-footer here. We saw Travis try and take a little bit too much break.
I think the angle's a little better than Travis's, so hopefully it's just inside right.
Yeah, very nice.
Be a little disappointed though.
Yeah, it's going to open the door on a 3-shot lead for Samuel Simpson. Got one more comment here on YouTube. Louis Legrung. What was the general feedback? Oh, we're going to take it to the leaderboard here quickly and then I'll answer.
There we go. Samuel Simpson has a 3-shot lead at the Mediclinic Invitational, the Heron Banks Golf and River Estate. It's been a rocky start. He has settled himself with 2 birdies. leads over Prinsloo, Proctor, Oki Stratum, 400 through 10. Graham van der Merwe continuing his good play.
Must be strange for everyone behind Sam, looking at the leaderboard changes back there, like, oh, we've got a chance. Oh, he's back at 17 under now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how many leaderboards they have out there, and obviously with the horseshoe draw,
Yeah.
you might not see too many, so you would have thought, oh, well, he's probably dropped a few. Meanwhile, Zaki come back pretty well.
Yeah. The man with the hands, Jean Hugo. Seems like he can get to shape it either way. He just feels it out. If the pin's on the left, he hits something right to left. If the pin's on the right, he hits something left to right.
Yeah, he certainly does, and this looks like he's going to work it right to left, and you'll see through the ball he kind of just turns that right hand over. Let's see. I think he's going to sling it right to left.
Oh, doesn't like it. Oh, I think he chunked it.
He hit that heavy.
Easy to do that with the wet conditions if you don't make clean contact. So we've got Lewis Legrand on YouTube. What was the general feedback from the players on Stellenbosch Golf Club hosting the SA Open this year? Everything I've heard has been great.
No, the Investec Safra Open was an absolute massive success. I was fortunate to be there every day, and it's just so many people, the way they set that up, the grandstands, the atmosphere. I mean, to be honest, the last day I went to go look, the leaders, I could hardly see a shot. It was so deep, you know, and the fun fair, all the activities you could do.
That was amazing, and Stellenbosch is such an amazing place as well for our internationals that we hosted, and Casey Jarvis took the title and got himself a spot at the Masters. So
yeah, it was great. I mean, how they arranged the driving range on Mr. Harris's land, and set that all up, and the different parking lots. And
here we go to hole 7. In my opinion, the featured hole today. What a great tee shot from Sam. That's going to really make him feel good about himself. Adam Bream here on 10. Nice to see him playing good golf. Alright, not going to be the worst spot to be. Should have a pretty nice straightforward chip.
yeah, getting back. I mean, and Blauklip and Wine Estate were amazing. Their partnership with the SunShine Tour, hosting evening activities and parking, and just a spectacle. And I think well done to the SunShine Tour and the Deepwater hosting a magnificent Open. I'm sure it's going to be there.
Yeah.
Well, who knows, but hopefully for a few years.
Yeah, definitely. Dalmain Davids on YouTube asked if there's going to be any more tournaments in Cape Town this season. Well, the rest of the schedule hasn't been confirmed yet, but we usually do have 1 or 2 events in Cape Town, including the Cape Town Open, which is hosted by Royal Cape.
You can see, yeah, Jean standing on the left-hand side of that tee box. He's trying to work it right to left. Let's see what we can see. How he missed it. It's probably just a little transition from the top.
It looks like he almost came up on it a little bit.
Yeah, just maybe didn't quite get into that left foot quite enough early enough. It's such a fine line when you're watching a good swing and a bad swing. You
definitely.
Often people say, "Oh, can you see the difference?" I'm like, not really. It's such a fine line. You know, he does get into that left foot and then create the vertical force off and jump a bit left, but you can see it's pretty wet there. They're just trying to find some space. getting back to your answer, I'm sure the Circuit Cape Town Open will be back on the schedule. We'll sure have a few events down there. We're playing the Sunshine Ladies to play at Royal Cape next week for the Investec South African Ladies Open. That's going to be
exciting.
A great week. 4 rounds coverage, and I know the weather is pretty foul right now this weekend, but we need some rain down in Cape Town, and that should put Royal Cape in good standing, soften it up a little bit.
Definitely. What a wonderful venue. So much history.
Yeah, oldest course in South Africa.
Yeah, in my opinion there, I think Johnny just maybe stood up a tiny bit right before impact, which maybe made him feel like he needed to do something unusual to manipulate the club. And I think with the wet conditions, your bad strikes get a little bit more exposed. I mean, if it's firm and the ground's hard, usually the bounce of the club can save you a little bit, but I think there he just digged into the ground a touch, and the wet conditions can really take a lot of your shot if you do chunk it a tiny bit. But like we said earlier, this man has some hands. I wouldn't be surprised to see him hit this inside 8 feet.
What do you reckon out of 10? 70% up and down?
Yeah, I would even say 80 with him. I mean, this is his bread and butter. Yeah, I'll take responsibility where her responsibilities due. Sorry, Johnny.
Yeah, look, I got a tough little back left flag though. Also pretty difficult to pitch. 40, 50 yard pitches of
wet
damp
turf.
condition.
Yeah, definitely. Zach Batista 450. Has Sam Simpson ever won on tour? He actually won the Zonico Masters in Zambia last year at Kitwe. Mapani. So he is a one-time tour winner. So definitely has a little bit of experience in the position he's in.
Yeah, he did. He finished quite early before the leaders, and what a great win that was.
Yeah, played final round with Herman Lopscher, who got his DP World Tour card through the Sunshine Tour initiatives last season.
And I don't know if anybody noticed, but it was quite tricky going into the DNI Tour Championship to work out who was going to get it between Donnie and him. And Donnie played the last 5 holes, 1 over. And he made 4 birdies the last 5 holes.
Herman birdied his last hole to win by 3 points.
Because I was on commentary and we didn't get that right. And I was like, wow, where did he come from all of a sudden? Because we thought he was out of it.
I was watching. It was madness. And basically, yeah, secured his DP World Tour card because Donnie could have had the option of using it if he had not kept his card.
Yeah, I think for Donnie, he'd probably be a little upset because it's nice to have that in the back,
Definitely.
knowing, hey, I've got a card. And look, I think he's going to be fine, Donnie Fontana.
Yeah.
But great opportunity for Herman Lopscher.
Yeah.
Going to change his life.
Yeah, I know he's currently on vacation skiing with his missus this week, so taking some well-deserved rest.
Vulcan Inabe. And I was telling you a lovely story about Vilko, who a friend of mine's daughter, who's 8 years old, loves Vulcan Inabe, and she got her dad to take him out to the Investec South African Open to come watch him. And I was telling Vilko, you know, you got this great fan, she's 8 years old, and he sent her a lovely package with a glove and a hat
Amazing.
and a cap, and it's just such a nice story. And well done, Vulcan Inabe.
Great drive here
fan
from
for life.
yeah, definitely a fan for life. That's how you get more fans. Great shot there into number 7 for Travis Proctor. Tell you what, all 3 of these gentlemen look like they hit great tee shots. So all in control of their golf ball today.
But you're a bit at ease if you can get through the 7th hole, okay, Ricky?
Yeah, I think if you get the tee shot away, it does become a birdie hole if you take the aggressive route and hit driver or 3-wood, or I think Sam hit mini driver here, so no reason why he can't make a birdie now. I think the hole becomes a bit harder when you lay a bit back and you have a longer club into this green, especially when the conditions are a bit firmer. This green can get a bit firm.
It's quite interesting. You can see from that setup, he grips the club pretty long.
Oh, great shot.
So does Vulko actually, and it's a little unlucky with that spin.
Yeah.
That's the wet conditions. No problems there though.
But yeah, you were saying they gripped the club a little bit long, and they're
Yeah.
2 very long hitters. Maybe we got to try it.
Well, let's see what John you can do. He's electing to putt. Oh! Just brought that down to 78%.
Yeah. Wow, big tee shot here from Yako, eh? Doesn't look like he's got more than a gap wedge in.
You can see that pin tucked on that left-hand side.
Maybe left the face a touch open there. A little bit right. Oh, that's going to be tough. We have another comment here from Darren S2702. Thank you for having this broadcast. Players really rely heavily on personal sponsorships and they don't normally get the appreciation they deserve. Any broadcasting time goes a long way. Thanks, Darren. We're happy to be here broadcasting and live streaming the event. A lot of cool stories.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, live broadcasting is so important to the individual, obviously with the sponsor, but to the SunShine Tour, to
Definitely
any tour. We are going to go to the Joe Big Ladies Open at 1:30 today. They're playing the third round at Rampart Golf Club. I was there yesterday, some wonderful golf from some of the ladies, and they did really well to get most of their round finished yesterday in the rain. There was a bit of lightning around.
Cassandra doing all right. She's one of my favorites going into the week.
Yeah, Cassandra, she is 6 under. She's 5 behind the lead.
In striking distance.
She is, and she is leading the LET Order of Merit. That is left for Trish Straton, but it is dry. She's at 2 second places already, 1 last season, and
yeah, she played great in Australia for that stretch now.
She really did, and she came second in the Saudi Arabia, the PIF Saudi Arabia event, which is a massive event.
Yeah, big prize fund.
Made over $300,000.
Yeah. Well, we've got Graham van der Merwe here, man in form, been playing some great golf. He actually took 10 years off of his golf career after initially turning pro, so great to have him playing good golf. He's, I think he's the biggest tinkerer on Tour L. He's always got new iron shafts or new heads or new putter. I heard he went into the pro shop at the DNI and bought a new putter for the final 2 rounds. And then he finished 5th.
Yeah, you were saying last time in commentary how much he changes and during tournaments, and Yaku Prinsu, this would be one really upsetting. I think he is plugged under that lip. He's looking left.
No, that was a big mistake in my opinion. With all his experience, I wasn't expecting him to do something like that.
Especially getting that tee shot away, which seems half the battle on the 7th. Yeah, he looks like he's going sideways. Doesn't look like he can get it up over the lip if he goes towards the flag. Just trying not to compound the mistakes. Not actually sure if that ball came out.
Yeah, I think it just came out. Andreas Yelleris 1712 said, "Let's go, Sammy boy." Thanks for your comment and joining us on the live stream. And Aiden Sanger Golf said, "This is what the players need, social media exposure." I like this a lot. Well, thanks for your positive feedback. Anyone has any questions about any players, let us know. Some mistakes unraveling here for Jakob Prinsloo.
Yeah, it's one of those moments when you sort of middle of fairway, wedge to the green, and you're wondering how you're still in the bunker for 3.
Bryson DeChambeau is going to still be wondering what happened at the bunkers at the Masters.
Yeah, that was... Which hole was that, 11?
Yeah, and then on his final hole of the tournament, he had to get on the green and 2-putt to make the putt, and he left it in the bunker to make the cut. I was quite disappointed.
See how downhill that is, and that is looking like a big putt unless it gets that in. It's a double bogey for Prinsloo from A1 position.
Yeah, that's very unexpected for him. He if he doesn't end up winning or finishing in the top 3, he's going to be thinking about maybe that approach shot tonight, what it could have been.
A little unlucky to plug in that lip though when they've
Yeah.
had 14 mils of rain last night. Normally it firms the bunkers up.
Definitely. Yeah, the lips of the bunkers at Heron Banks are quite dangerous. You can, I mean, they're great bunkers. I really enjoy the way they make the bunkers there, because I remember Gary Player once said if you're in a bunker, it should be more of a penalty.
Well, it's a hazard after all.
Yeah.
I mean, even in Jack Nicklaus in the Memorial, we've got the guys to rake the bunkers with some of the teeth out of the rake to
So more
penalize
penalizing,
them more,
yeah. Definitely.
Well, you can see how the 7th hole is played during the week. Only 22 birdies the whole
No,
week.
it's a tough hole. You have to hit 3 exceptional golf shots to make a birdie. Great hole.
Well, I think for the leader, he'll be happy with his par, get
Yeah.
out of there with limited damage after that start, especially double bogey, par bogey start, knowing you got the 7th still to play. He's done really well, as Sam Simpson.
Tell you what, if he was thinking about his round last night, I rate number 7 was one of the holes he was probably dreading playing, and it's amazing. You come out and you double bogey the easy par 5 to start in, then you par 7.
I was having this discussion the other day with some of our top amateur golfers at our club, and you know, sometimes there's a hole that worries you, like this course, the 7th, and then you play every other hole badly, you play that hole well, and you go, why was I worried about that hole for so long?
Travis Proctor here for birdie. Oh, just needed a bit more pace and it would have gone in. Ray Snyder said, well said, Aiden Sanger. You have a great YouTube channel yourself. Well, good stuff, Aiden. YouTube golf getting bigger and bigger. And then Jason G. Murr said, I went to school with Graham van der Merwe and we used to call him One Putt. I could see that. One putt with a different putter every other day. Well, if he can get out of here with a 5, he's still in it, but I think a 6 is going to be tough to come back from. Especially with, I mean, 8's a tough hole and 9's not a gimme par 5. You've got to hit a good tee shot and a good wood into the green, so big putt. I hope he makes it.
Yeah, going back up the hill. He'd be so disappointed to see that ball plugged on that lip. That's... Oh!
What a
Hit
putt.
the back of that cup hard. Walking off that green, thought, what just happened from that 2nd all the way to there? But he'll take bogey in the end. Martin Foster. Lengthy birdie putt at the par 3. 196 meters, playing a little bit longer with that back left pin location today. Pierre Violanex. Scoring pretty good this week. You can see he's almost double figures under par and he's tied for 26th place. Not anymore, unfortunately.
Whoa, that looked a bit risky.
Not recommended. Back down to the 10th as Tristan Strader missed the green left. Chipped it about 12 foot past, maybe a little further. Has lipped out the left hand side. Eighth hole is 419 meters. He's caught at 59 birdies this week. There has been an eagle. There's been a few others as well.
Just fortunate he missed that bunker. It's still a birdie chance now. This is the 8th hole at Heron Banks, par 4. Playing at 458 meters. You have those 2 fairway bunkers on the right you want to avoid. If you're a long hitter, you can carry them. If not, then they definitely come into play. You can go with a couple different options off the tee. I personally hit 3-iron, but you can hit driver, you can hit 3-wood. The green's a bit undulated, so the less club you have, the more chance of hitting it close. And yeah, all in all, a solid, fair golf hole. Hit a good tee shot, you've got a good chance at making a birdie. Yeah, it's a bit of a big miss, but it's quite open on the right there. You might just have to hit your second shot a little bit over those trees, which can be a bit more visually intimidating, but not much trouble down the right. You want to avoid the left. Merrick Bremner was actually playing in front of me, and obviously he was trying to make his first cut in 2 years and finished on 8 and 9 and hit in those left trees on 8, made bogey and bogey 9, but still managed to come through on top.
I saw that, and he went out in the 3rd round, birdie 5 of the first 6 holes.
Yeah.
Stumbled in a bit, but it's great to see Merrick back and
definitely
getting through some hurdles, some mental hurdles.
Yeah.
Seaman deploy.
One hand off the club, maybe a little left. Oh no, just short.
I think it was heading a little left, you're right, but that's
shouldn't be too difficult from there. One of the more unconventional swings on tour, Warwick Purchase. It's got a lot of power. Got to be double jointed, I think. Almost similar to a Donnie Van Tonder backswing. Takes it up vertical and drops it in the slot and gets a lot of side bend. Found it amazing how I can keep that right foot down the entire swing. It's got to be so flexible. I mean, my ankles pop before my backswing completes.
Well, let's have a look at Warwick Purchase.
Winner of the Fortress Invitational Glendower last season. Doesn't like it. A lot of people seem to be chunking it on that tee box.
Yeah, it's proving to play difficult as the 10th. Haven't really seen anybody within 20 feet of that flag. Keegan McLachlan also has a very upright backswing.
Very.
Lays it off at the top.
I don't mind that though. It's keeping everything in front of you, and obviously get a little steep, but you know what the ball's going to do. You know it's going to curve left to right, which is quite nice. Maybe a bit too much here. But Lee Trevino always said you can talk to a fade, you can't talk to a hook.
Agreed.
I think when that club starts getting behind you, it's tough to manage.
If you're hitting it as a right-hander, a little right, and it's going left to right, it doesn't bounce so far. It comes down quite soft and normally short.
Yeah, better distance control.
Hooky topspin.
Yeah.
Not so good.
Any player I know really had a lot of success with an inside swing is Mr. Gary Player, and he obviously was a small man, so he wanted to hit draws to get extra distance, and he used to walk through the ball. And I've played with him twice now, his old age, and geez, he's amazing. Still plays golf to a wonderful high level. Obviously got some great hand-eye coordination.
Merrick Bremner, 8-time SunShine Tour winner. Been through a lot.
Amazing. His wife needed a kidney and he donated it. Such a cool story. Got to be one of the fan favorites this year to get back on his feet and start playing good golf again.
Absolutely. There was another player just before Gary Player, Bobby Locke.
Yeah.
Times were a little different then though. I think he could work it right and left. Evan hooked his putts.
Yeah, a lot of the classical guys used to take the club inside, but then come over the top.
Yeah, if you look at Hogan, Thompson, Sneed, they all were a little in and found their path. A little bit like, not quite like Hovland, but a little bit like
Yeah, a little bit like Hovland.
Hello and the same.
Nothing wrong with that pattern.
I think important to understand there are different patterns, and you just got to match your patterns up
Yeah,
that suit
100%.
you, and that's what makes this game so interesting.
There's just so many ways to swing a golf club. So many grips, so many postures, so many paths.
Wonderful wildlife, beautiful views, pristine wetlands, all here at Heron Banks Golf and River Estate.
Got one more question here on YouTube, Al, from Aiden Senger. At what point do you think a golfer should know whether they are realistically ready to try play professionally? We'll answer you now, Aiden. Let's just see what these leaders do on hole 8.
He's done well to find the green. Has Yaku Prince, a little unlucky, just coming back down that slope.
Not a bad shot from that right-hand side after quite a wide
like
tee
he was
shot.
lying quite thick as well, Rick.
Ben Follett told me that he landed his tee shot into that wall and was fortunate enough to bounce off back into the rough.
Our leader,
Sam Simpson.
Yeah, all three on the green, all a little shy. We'll have some lengthy birdie putts.
Got the putter out. It might be on that back ridge.
I think getting back to that question, Ricky, if you are not playing provincial golf, if you're not winning local amateur tournaments, I think you are not ready.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get on more after this leaderboard. Samuel Simpson sitting at 17 under. He's 1 over through 7 holes, but coming back from his rough start. Good move from Thomas Spreadborough from the UK. He's 5 under on his round, and he's made himself into the top 7. Yeah, I think if you're not winning local amateur tournaments, and maybe you don't get the opportunity to play local amateur tournaments, and you're playing at your home club, I think realistically you need to be somewhere around a +7. You need to probably be shooting 65 regularly at your home course from the back tees, as long as it's not a crazy course. Yeah, I think if you can shoot 65 consistently, and you know you're always under par on your bad rounds, then yeah, I'll go give it a go.
Yeah, I think the amateurs don't realize when you're playing at your home course, most of the pin placements are pretty easy, middle of the green.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why, like you're saying, you need to shoot those scores, because when you come out here, I promise you, they,
No,
as you
it's
know,
very
they
different.
on every single edge, and the courses are maxed, the rough is up, and
Yeah,
and
I
they're
mean,
still shooting 18, 20.
last week I was 22 under at my home course for 4 rounds, and then I went and fired 71, 77. So.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, I think if you can shoot 7 under at your home course consistently, then you're at a pretty high level.
Yeah, win your club champs. Go play some open tournaments in your area. Succeed. Play for your province, and just congratulations to the Western Province amateur team. Won the Interprov for the 3rd time in a row, 5
Oh, wow.
out of 6 years.
Amazing.
I might be a little biased for Western Province, but to Andrew George and his team, well done. Great effort. It got really tight down the end. With Bullant, I think they won by 1 game point.
Got Travis Proctor with a lengthy putt up the hill. Definitely probably feels like he needs to get something going here, but unrealistic to think he's going to make this one. I think he'll be happy with 2 putts, walk off for 8 and get to the par 5. Just need to get the pace right here. Anywhere inside 4 foot, I think he'll be happy.
A little shy.
It's gonna be a tester now to make his par.
I think that's a big putt there, Ricky, for him. He
Yeah.
started fast, made a couple of bogeys, and if you can roll that in and stay within contention, and you've got a back 9 to go, you can sort of free yourself up a little, saying, hey, I'm in this game now.
Definitely. Purchase here with the broomstick putter. Ooh, out of that quick. We've got Natty Joke 4926 about to tee off at 130. Going to try break 105. Loving the commentary. Thanks for joining in, and hopefully you shoot your PB today and break 100.
What would you comment for anybody on how to break 100? What would you do first?
I would say your pace on the greens needs to be good. I think if you can find an hour, maybe 3 times a week to go practice your pace on the greens, it's an easy way to save up to 10 shots around, I would say, if you can just dial in that pace and avoid anything more than a 3-putt. I would say if you can learn to maybe just get out of the bunker consistently, it doesn't have to be close to the hole, but just get out of the bunker. And just find some kind of shot you're comfortable with off the tee, whether it's a 4-iron or a 2-iron or a hybrid. If you can just keep it in play off the tee, I think if you could do those 3 things, you can break 100.
Yeah, I agree. We'll carry on that conversation with Jaco Prinsu.
Oh, it's a good try.
To settle.
Hey, out of the friend zone again.
Yeah, I think, you know, you work on your swing for life, and obviously you have to get the ball in play off the tee. But within 50 yards, whether you're in a bunker, pitching, chipping, get it on the green in 1 shot and 2-putt, you're going to save a ton of shots.
Definitely.
See him deploy. Down the hill, that's a good 2-putt.
Great job. Simon Deploy, starting his first tournament of the new season hot. 3 under for his round and tied second at 14 under. Sam Simpson with a pretty good opportunity here to extend his lead and make his birdie on hole number 8. He'll really feel good about himself if he can get it back to level par here with his par 5 left on the front 9. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I think pretty good effort looking at the previous 2 putts of obviously uphill and then going a little bit down with the second part.
Definitely. Tyron Ryan here to finish off his tournament on hole number 18, I believe. Or is it his 9th hole? No, it must be his 9th hole.
Yeah, he teed off early this morning. He'd been around a long time. I played a bit of golf with Tyron Ryan. That's going back some time.
He's won once, I think.
He did win.
I saw him the other day with his son, giving him some tips on the range. Such a nice guy.
Yeah. I think he took about 4 or 5 years off. Or
yeah, some personal reasons, but back now playing and has a lot of faith in his abilities. Big putt for Prinsloo here. Needs to find something here, going into the better stretch of the day.
I think Leety's going a little uphill.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that cup's almost tilted. Yeah, great putt. That'll keep him in.
There's experience. Made a great 5 on that last hole. Well, disappointing 5, but a great 5 in the end.
Yeah, great 5 in the end.
Kipiru. Oh!
Hate to see that. Local Kenyan hero.
You gotta love that hairdo.
Yeah, you do, and he's also a lovely gentleman.
I think we're gonna see a lot of him in this season.
I'm just gonna say his last name, Kabugu.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Didn't get that right the first time.
I don't want to butcher the first name.
Big putt. Travis Proctor. Left to righter.
Really let it go after those first 4 holes. It's going to be a bit disappointed going to the back 9. But I think this is also where experience comes into play, and he's a rookie, and obviously first big chance on the spotlight. I think he's needs to embrace the lessons he could learn today so that he can come back stronger.
Yeah, I think it's be quite a emotional first start of that 9 where you kind of 5 behind, you don't really think you're going to be in the lead. All of a sudden you're right up there and you're like, oh wow, I'm the guy now, you know, they're chasing me, and
start shaking a little bit.
Yeah, you start thinking.
Well, Sam Simpson here to clean up his par and maintain his 3-shot lead going into the par 5 9th. Should be plain and simple. Yeah, he's definitely got the length to reach number 9 and 2 as well with a long iron.
Starting to get a little bounce back in that stride. Looks a little more comfortable. Looked a little tight. Even that interview with Andrew Hope earlier
We're going to hear from our greenskeeper here, Robert.
Hi, my name is Robert. I'm the greenskeeper here at Heron Banks. I've been working here since 2015, so it's a decade now I've been working here. Heron Banks is a good golf course to be. I hope people will enjoy coming here to play. We started in like 2 months, if I'm not mistaken, 2 months to start preparing, but still taking on the greens, we start in a month and a half to prepare the greens for the tournaments like this. I think players enjoy the greens most on this golf course because the greens are, I think they are the best ones that I've seen in this where I've been. But the greens are always nice for the golfers because I've heard them. Some have been complimenting them, saying they're the best. The course will be difficult because of the rain that we have had, the wetness on the course. So some people, if they hit some shots, some golfers will be plugged. So I think the course will be difficult. It is very sure it should be difficult for them to play. So I hope they will enjoy even if it's difficult that way. Yeah, this means a lot to the Heron Banks golf course now, because we are now showcasing what we can do at Heron Banks, how good our course is. So I think it will be a great experience for them to come and enjoy here. It is a good course, yes. We put in some works, long hours, and to have a great staff like we have here at Heron Banks, I think that helps us a lot.
The par 5, 9th leader, Sam Simpson.
Got an iron in his hand.
Couldn't see back there, Rick.
Jeez, I'm really surprised by that play from him. I would have liked to see him hit something more. But yeah, this is the 9th hole at Heron Banks. Par 5. Quite a tricky par 5. You've got to hit something. I would recommend hitting something past that left-hand side bunker. You've got about 320 meters to the end of the ravine there, and maybe want to hit something around 290 so that big tall tree is not in your way when you approach the green. If you don't hit a good tee shot, you just want to lay up somewhere in that middle section and leave yourself with a nice wedge in. But if you do hit a good shot off the tee here, Jakob Prinsloo going with driver, which I do think is the correct play, will leave you with something around 240 meters to the front of the green. Yeah, you see he took it on and he carried that bunker. Don't know if he'll be able to get to the green there out of that thick rough. I think you'll have to lay something up with about a 9 or an 8 iron to that middle section, and it's not an easy, straightforward layup, to be honest. You've got hazard both sides. You've got to really zone in and make sure you're focused on that layup shot.
And there's a lot going on there.
Yeah. Green's quite big. It doesn't look very big there, but it is quite a big piece of land to land your approach shot on. So I would say it's not too bad of an approach shot if you've got 240 in the fairway. Yeah, it looks like he likes that. Yeah, very nice. That's kind of the same area I was in yesterday. Proceeded to go with it, I mean on round 2 with the driver off the deck, and I hit the hazard.
I don't think he's going to be hitting driver off the deck. It's Travis Proctor. He's only 4 behind the lead. He'll be disappointed in the last 3 or 4 holes, but going down to Benjamin van Veek.
So from YouTube we've got at Cole here. He says great commentary. What are your guys' names? So we've got Alan Michelle and Ricky Hendler in the box today. Here's our commentary strap in if you want to see our names. Alan Michelle and Ricky Hendler. Thanks for joining in on the broadcast, and hope you enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
A lot of loft for a long period of time there, did Benjamin van Veek, but pretty good result. Playing with Van and Dengel and Hayden Porteous.
We have Keenan David's daughter actually commented and asked how her dad's doing. He's currently 1 under through 14 and 10 under, so he's having a good day.
Another player that just seems to be up there
Every single week. And he's got a new hairdo this week. Looking very sharp.
Just a little thick there for Van Antengel. You could see that second effort. Tough chip from there.
Yeah, it looks like he's almost in the middle there on the collar. There's actually a local rule this week that you can place your ball because the fringe is so high up.
Okay.
Like Sun City almost.
I think that's a South African problem. I don't really see that around the world.
Yeah,
The
not
Kukui
really,
grass
yeah.
provides that problem.
Benjamin Boy said the same pins as club champs on Sunday. So, yeah, definitely tougher pins for the final round today.
I'd say all 4 days. You know, traditionally going back 20 years ago, they would build up into the week, and now from day
it's
one, you
challenging,
just
100%.
tough all 4 days.
Just got to be smart and have good course management and know your numbers and just plot your way around the golf course so that you're always in good position to fire at a pin or fire next to a pin and give yourself the best chance at hitting more greens.
Yeah, I think it just actually plays into the hands of the better golfer who's in control of his ball.
Definitely. And that's why having your pace down is so important, because sometimes if you do miss the right segment of the green, you need to make sure you're putting it within a couple feet to save some shots.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, the strokes gain stats with Rory McIlroy and Scotty Scheffler at the Masters, and, you know, accuracy of the tee actually means pretty little, you know.
Yeah.
Distance, which side you're going into, because then the proximity to the hole is crucial.
Yeah, definitely.
And both of them are massively high up in that department.
Yeah, I think Rory was 70th in the field strokes gain driving off the tee going into the final round with the lead.
And the you know, the old saying, you drive a show and puff it, though, is also not true. The leading top 10 putters are not in the top 10.
100%. Peter Moorman coming off another great season on the SunShine Tour to save his par on hole number 18 and head into the front 9, well, his back 9, but the front 9 at Heron Banks, 10 under par. Wouldn't be surprised if he got a little hot the back 9 and maybe shot 5 or 6 under. Oh, apologies, he's finishing off his round, so this is his last hole of the day. Well, another solid week for him, and he always seems to be around the top 20 no matter what.
Hayden coming slightly downhill.
Hayden recently got married and had his first child. He said it's been a very amazing experience, and I'm sure it'll help him play better golf.
Yeah, he's had a big year. He also had the loss of his dad, and it was a massive part of his life. And
yeah,
he did get to see his baby daughter first,
yeah.
and yeah, back in the winner's
Sure,
circle.
it'll be a big season for him. You never know, he could end up winning something real big and finding his way back on the global stage. Mona Lisa Ampeyo said, enjoying the broadcast from Chingola, Zambia. Well, awesome coming in and listening to our broadcast today. We'll see you at Chingola soon.
Yeah, that is one of the best layouts you'll
Amazing.
ever play.
I'm so excited to go over there and play Chingola for the first time. Travis Proctor coming in with a hybrid for a second shot into the par 5 9th.
Nice.
A little bit right, so could be in the hazard. I think he's wondering, a bit anxious.
He's looking a little anxious.
See, I think Samuel Simpson must have laid up his ball.
There's one in the middle of that middle section.
Should leave him with about 130 meters to that pin. Quite a tricky par 5. A lot of options.
See, old Travis Proctor, he's indicating it went left, hoping that it's somehow dry. It's been a roller coaster first 9. Samuel Simpson opened with a double bogey 7. He had another bogey on the 3rd, came back with 2 strong birdies, parred the difficult 7th and the 8th. Just a reminder, we'll have live golf at 1:30 from Rampack Golf Club for the Joburg Ladies Open. Let me just try that again. Rand Park Golf Club.
Sorry, we'll forgive you, Al, from Clovelly.
Yeah, down south we say things different.
But yeah, going back to talking about Zambia, we go there usually for the event at Lusaka or Kitwe. And Kitwe, I mean, Lusaka is a great layout too, but Kitwe is something special. I mean, so many tight golf holes on that course. So be excited to go to Chingola and check out that layout for the first time. Play someone in the Pro-Am last year who was a member of Chingola, and he was raving about how cool it was. So excited we get to spend 2 weeks in Zambia this year.
Yeah, they're going to be back-to-back. And I'm fortunate enough to play a lot of golf in Zambia. From Ndola, we used to play a couple of events there, Lusaka, Chingola.
Such a different vibe.
Kitwe is, I mean,
yeah.
And in Kana, that Pani Mines tournament, that is such a tough golf course.
Such a cool vibe going to those places in Africa. I mean, I feel like once you get off the bus at the golf club, it's just such a different vibe. You've got all the local caddies and a lot of young men who want to caddy and see the golf firsthand, and such cool pro-ams and dinners. It's really amazing going to those places and competing.
Yeah, people are so friendly, whether you are in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Zambia.
Definitely.
Sam Simpson, 3rd shot.
See if he can get one close and should level par this front 9. That would be quite remarkable after his start. Ooh, looks a little long. Must be a bit long.
A lot of the players favouring that left-hand side with that back left pin location, trying to draw it in right to left. Nice strong setup.
He's a strong boy for his size. Yeah, very nice golf shot.
To be honest, it's about the best we've seen.
Yeah.
That's about 30 feet from that, that pin.
There are just some pins that you don't want to go for.
Let's have a look at that swing again.
Predominantly hits right to left shape, and you can see there he gets through the ball quite aggressively.
Yeah, he turns into that right leg really well and gives him the push off to drive through. I think for a lot of amateur golfers, you can learn from that, from the pros, how well they turn into the inside of their trail leg, and that gives them the ability to push off, almost like a rugby player who sidesteps.
Yeah. Keegan Thomas, I was going to say, I think this suits his shape, as he loves to shape it right to left, but coming up a little short there, maybe a little chunk again. Something about that 10th tee box.
Yeah, he did have it on 9 though.
Wonder if this is a drop or if it's his 3rd. Oh yeah, okay.
Can't be a drop, he's inside.
Yeah, 3rd shot here.
Unless he got relief onto the path and the path off, but I think he's good.
Tell you what, this is going to be a tough chip though with that bunker and the pin being on the back segment of the green. It's going to really have to soften up those hands. Yeah, very nice. Very, very nice. Should be a tap-in birdie for Travis Proctor.
Literally have catch my ball.
All that worry he had with that second shot, and it's going to be a tap-in birdie. There is Doug McGuigan.
Such a simple golf move. Just straight back, straight through. Gets his body through it nicely. Oh, what a shot. We're making fun of him actually sitting down after the second round, and Stuart Krog said to him, "Hey, Dougie, how many head covers did you take off today?" He said, "A lot, but I made the cut and you didn't."
I don't know how much further Stuart Krog gets in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, Dougie, he was got a very still head, brought up in the days of Golf My Way books from Jack Nicklaus, and really simple golf swing,
Yeah, very simple.
economical. He's had a wonderful career.
Yeah, and I think he'll keep on playing good on the seniors tour.
Yeah, he loves golf.
Yeah,
Loves
yeah,
golf.
really
He's
does.
fit. He works hard. He
Yeah,
practices every day.
recently moved from Fancourt to down to Paris.
Has he made the move?
Well, I think he's still got his house at Fancourt, but I
He's
think
got a
he's staying
partner,
at, yeah, he's got a partner by Paris now, so he got to prep for this tournament nicely. And we see the 2026-2027 season kicking off this week at Heron Banks for the Mediclinic. Then we're going to move over to Royal Harare the 7th of May for the FBC Zimbabwe Open. And then the 14th to the 17th of May at Irene Country Club for the Kit Kat Cash and Kerry Pro-Am. Followed by the Sunbet Challenge hosted by Sun Boardwalks at Humewood Golf Club the 20th of May.
Yeah, Kit Kat Cash and Carry, they've been great sponsors to the Sunshine Tour, and
Such
going into, I think it's the 5th or 6th year now, let's get that fact right.
Such a fun event to play, I was going to say. You always play with two really nice amateurs, and there's so many prizes you can win, and even during the round you're walking around with your bag putting in prizes, and your caddy's filling up the bag with stuff he needs, and it's a really cool event.
Yeah, and quite a different structure as well, because you play a Pro-Am first, and you play 2 full rounds, a full field, and then the last 2 rounds you play with a 60 cut with the amateur partners. Hopefully the weather plays its part. Keegan Thomas had that tee shot online. Let's see if he goes with the 1/3 in the air and 2/3 running. Yeah, pretty much. He'll have a putt under the hole. Just had some good news, Ricky, talking about the Kit Kat Cash and Carry. Just got news from a commissioner that has gone up to 3 million rand.
Oh wow, amazing.
Yeah, great news for the players.
Jeez,
well done.
That's awesome. Such a great opportunity for us. 3 million rand. It's awesome. I feel like that's happening more and more with our Commissioner Thomas. He's doing such great work arranging bigger purses, more sponsorships. It's really, everything's trending towards the right way.
Absolutely.
And that's why at Q School a couple of weeks ago we had so many international people. There's just so many opportunities down here in South Africa on this amazing Sunshine Tour.
You know, we've got a great board of directors with top businessmen that help us, and our Commissioner Thomas App and Sawan Nathan, our Executive Director, who will be retiring in a few months, have done amazing work, and this has taken a lot, you know, it doesn't happen overnight, and in economic times that aren't that easy to have such a successful tour is amazing, with 8 co-sanction events.
And I know they're having a little tournament for, not a little, they're having a big tournament for Selwyn Sundorf at Killarney Country Club, which will be also a part of the Sunshine Tour schedule this year.
Okay. This man is not out of the picture right now, 4 behind the lead. Good line.
Yeah.
think we'll have to have not a fun event, we'll have to have some competition between all the internationals against the South African players throughout the year somewhere.
Yeah, that would be awesome. There's some strong international players now. We'd have to put our best group together.
We'll have to be, I wouldn't call it Ryder Cup, we could have quite a fun...
little President's Cup, more vibes.
Or maybe collective points, international to South Africans. What are you going to call yourself, Rick?
South African. Born here.
There you go. Born here.
Love representing South Africa.
Bogey for Thomas.
Got a bit of a long question here, but I think it'll be a good question. I'll ask you in a second.
Couple of feet to stay 13 under for Christian Burke. Yeah.
Duck, 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 duck. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm fine. Watch.
Good to see a lot of the homeowners and people from the area coming out to watch the Mediclinic Invitational. First of the SunShine Tour 2026-27 season. It is a spectacular layout.
Can I give you this question, Al?
You can give me that question, Vicky. Let's have a look at previous winners of this event, the Mediclinic Invitational. Maximilian Steinlechner, who's gone on to DP World Tour. Ryan van Veltzen, he's had his stint on the DP World Tour. Stephen West-Taylor 3 years ago.
Look at Travis Proctor here on the par 3 10th hole. Tapped in for his birdie, so feeling a bit of momentum maybe going his way. Look like a nice swing. Oh, a little bit left. Seems like no one can find the middle ground here, either left or right.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I haven't seen too many of the players getting it up and down from there, though. Let's have a look at his swing. It's on a good plane, good left wrist.
Very nice. Maintains a little bit of a cupped wrist through impact with that strong grip.
Yeah, it looks pretty neat.
Yeah, very. I think whatever everyone else is hitting, Sam's probably going to hit one less, so could hit something really nice and high here and get it to stop quickly. Wouldn't be surprised if we have a new best of the day shot here.
He's played the hole well. 1 under so far for the week.
This also suit his shape. Looks like it's drawing.
Yeah, looks to be on a good line.
Oh, I was wrong. That's going to be a tough 2-putt. That must have started out near the water.
A little deceived by the camera angle there, but that's okay. Let's have a look. Also go on to the left-hand side, trying to draw back right to left.
He's got a lot of power. Maintains his posture nicely through the hitting area.
Yeah, stays nice and tall through the ball. It's going to be a tough 2-putt from there, though. Something making this hole difficult, looking up at that breeze. Austin Baptista was kind of the best we've seen
Yeah.
in the footage, and that was good 25 to 30 feet.
Jako's had everything here. Bogey, birdie, par the first 3 rounds, so he needs to get something going here if he's going to try and catch Sam. Probably a nice high 6-iron for him. See if he can draw it a little bit from the center of the green. Get something there inside 25 feet would be a good result. A little left, but not too bad.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best we've seen.
Yeah.
You know, they got placing, so very makeable chip from there.
Definitely.
That's Doug McGuigan. Final round coverage here at the Mediclinic Invitational. Here at 16.
So I'm going to give you the first part of this question now.
Yeah.
It's a previous player who played on the Big Easy Tour, has played a couple SunShine Tour events, and then decided to step away from the game for a little bit, and now he wants to get back into the game. He wants to know what advice would you give to golfers that have been there and want to make a comeback again, and he said please ask Al, would love his opinion. He obviously struggled a little bit mentally maybe on the bigger stage when he was competing out on the SunShine Tour, and decided to maybe go work a little bit now and wants to come back.
Let's watch Thomas Pribber first. Yeah, I don't think everybody deserves a second chance or a chance to come back. I think you need to be honest with yourself and the situation you're in. What you have? He's 8 under. Your situation needs to be clear. Do you have the financial backing to give yourself the realistic opportunity to put enough time and effort in? You know, can you spend a whole year practicing or whatever time you need a period to do it? We're just going to head down to Mediclinic with Rainer Kraus.
My name is Rainer Kraus. I'm the Regional Executive at Mediclinic Southern Africa. This is now the 2nd year that we're at Heron Banks, close to Sasolburg, and I really believe the partnership has gone well. We've got 2 brands in the SunShine Tour and Mediclinic that are both committed to excellence, so that aligns well in terms of our strategies. And obviously there's a big focus on our side in terms of health and wellness, and being outside playing golf fits into that wellness bracket. We are both local South African companies, proudly South African, if I can put it that way. So that's obviously a big draw for us. Then on the other hand, we are also ER20, we form part of ER24, Mediclinic and ER24 are a partnership, and getting involved from an emergency care point of view just makes sense to include the whole Mediclinic at the end of the day. I think the partnership will just grow stronger and will get bigger as we go along. I think every single year we learn new lessons that we can improve on. So hopefully we can just go get bigger and better, and like the President of the US would say, make the SunShine Tour great again. I think I'm a big believer in growing young talent, and I think getting involved with something like the SunShine Tour that's got so many people that have become stars over the years, I think it just fits well with our strategy. As Mediclinic and ER24, we also like to invest in young individuals and you know, give them the necessary skills to develop themselves and become professionals. And I think investing in something like the SunShine Tour and these tournaments just helps the next generation to be the best in terms of themselves. It's an absolute privilege for us to be part of the SunShine Tour. I mean, it's such a strong brand in South Africa. Like I said before, so many stars that have been born in the SunShine Tour. So for us, it's just a great privilege, and what better place to be like a place like Heron Banks Golf Club, be outside, be in nature, and play a game that we all love.
Thank you, Rainer, and thank you for the sponsorship, for everything you do with the SunShine Tour throughout the year as well. Travis Proctor We saw Van and Dingle from there. It lies a little thick.
Yeah, going back to how much Mediclinic does for us, we were talking about how convenient it is at the tournaments. Whatever you need, headache pills or rehydrates or any bandaging, they provide so much for us players week to week. So thanks so much to them.
Yeah, they do a great job. Yaku Prince. I wouldn't be surprised if this is not too far away from the hole. He needs something to spark off his round.
Yeah, this would be a good way to get it going. Give something to Sam to think about. I'm coming for you this back nine, watch out. Ah, not what I wanted to see.
Well, we had Keenan Davids' daughter asking how her dad was doing. He's doing just fine. -10. Third shot.
Oh, good shot.
Very neat.
Yeah, I'm going back to that question. We'll get back to you now. Well, actually, I'll talk a little bit about it. I think if you previously played and you want to come back to the game, there's nothing wrong with that. But like Al was saying, you need a good plan. You need a good clarity on what you're going to do. You need to know, like, okay, I'm financially safe. I can play for another 2 years. You need to have a course that you can practice at every day. You need to know that you can play in some competitive competitions to test your game against other players. And you know, if you're doing all that good and well and you feel like your game's at a good level, then go play Q School. And if you get through Q School and you get your SunShine Tour card, then you never know what could happen.
Yeah, I think you just got to be realistic to yourself. Just watch Travis putt first. Oh, well done, Travis Proctor. Great up and down. You know, what has changed from the last time?
Yeah.
If it didn't work the last time, what happened? What was the reason why it didn't happen? Was it your actual game, or was it something else, external factor?
No, exactly. I mean, you look at guys like Graham van der Merwe. Here we've got Dian Germeges on hole 16. His chip shot he doesn't look too happy with, but won't be too tough to save his par. Geez, he had a great season last year, winning the PGA at St. Francis, and I know he was also on the DP World Tour and lost his card, but wouldn't be surprised to see him get it back anytime soon.
Yeah, he had a great run from, I would say, from the Hyundai Open all the way up. Had top 10s. That obviously that win at the Fitch and Leeds PGA Championship topped it off, and then just continued playing well throughout the year.
Yeah, he's definitely in that group of elite players on the SunShine Tour. He always seems to be up there no matter what.
Yaku Prince came up a little shy, inside left, maybe left edge. Well done. But I think, Ricky, just coming back to that question, you know, you played Big Easy, played some SunShine Tour events. Just evaluate your situation and be honest with yourself. Have you improved in certain areas? Were there reasons why you couldn't get further? And if there are, then you can.
Yeah, and you just need some time and a good plan, and might as well give it a go if you can.
Oh, Henny, what a great putt.
Jeez. Someone else commented, based on the previous question, on average, how often are these players practicing? From personal experience, what I can say, I would say on average, 6 days a week I play 18 holes and I practice for about another 4 hours. So it's about 9 hours on average a day, I would say. I'm spending on the golf course 5 to 6 times a week. Plus you got gym work, stretching, mental work, seeing a shrink, you know, all of that stuff.
Davidson remains at -10. Yeah, it's got to be like any other job. The more you put into it, the more you're going to get out. And if you can do more than anybody else, the better you're going to feel mentally. And, you know, just to think depends how you divide up your practicing. It's got to be constructive.
100%. Got to have a plan and try and execute that plan every day to the best of your ability. And then who knows, you end up in the final round of a SunShine Tour event, one back. And then you see if you can take your opportunity.
Oh, Simpson 17 under. Seaman Deploy 15 under. Proctor 14 under.
Yeah, this 11th hole, I would say, the third par 5 of the day for these boys is probably the best opportunity so far to find an eagle. If you had a good tee shot, you can hit something around a 6 or a 5 iron into a bit of an elevated green. So I think this will be a good first chance for all three of them to find some shots.
No.
If Sam hits a good drive, I wouldn't be surprised if he hit something like an 8 iron in.
Oh wow.
There, got it.
He has an extra gear. When he wants to give something a bit extra, he can get like almost 20 more meters out of it. Nice to see the fans there watching the final group.
Looks pretty content with that, Sam Simpson.
Yeah, it looked like he gave it a good whack. Oh, he gave that bit extra too, eh? That looked great. Always fun when I want to find a bit more distance off the tee. I almost take a little bit more time on my backswing, and then I really go at the ball harder instead of going fast, because then I feel like the momentum. Here we've got the par 5 11th hole. Par 5. First big part of water on the right side of the hole. You need to get a good tee shot away. That third bunker on the left is about 260 meters to carry, and definitely want to take that out of play. That left bunker is a very difficult place to play from. If you hit a good tee shot, you should be left with a longish iron into the green. Great scoring opportunity. A little bit of an elevated green with 2 bunkers short of the green. I think you just want to avoid going anywhere long of the green or right. I think if you can find the green or find just short of the green, it'll give you a great opportunity to make a birdie or an eagle. So there's been 6 eagles, 169 birdies. You need 21 bogeys and 3 others, so definitely a great opportunity to get your score going the right way.
Quite interesting. You're saying there, Ricky, about hitting it further, and a lot of the long driving guys say you need to take it back fast as well on the way down. But if you don't get into your lead side early, you can't apply the vertical force up. So if you look at somebody like Cam Young, he pauses so much, and they're saying that's not right, but he hits it a mile because he gets into the left side.
Yeah.
We're here at Herrenbanks Golf Club for the Mediclinic Invitational. We're going to head down to on the 7th of May to Royal Rory Golf Club for the FBC Zim Open. It is one of the favorites on tour, a magnificent golf course. Then we go down to the KK Cash and Carry Pro-Am, where we've just been announced that it'll be 3 million rand. Well done. That is amazing news for the Sunshine Tour. That's going to be at Irene. And then back down to Quebec to Humid Golf Club for the Sunbed Challenge, hosted by Sun Boardwalk. And then to Leopard Creek Country Club for the DNI Chairman's Classic in partnership with R&B. The Waterfall City Tournament of Champions. That is going to be at Royal Johannesburg. And that is all the winners, the lady winners, amateur winners. So that is a unique event. It's not an automated event, but it is such an amazing event. It's got a good purse. It is a different format. And then we spoke about earlier to Nkana Golf Club for Zambia Open, and then to Chingola. And it's going to be a fun 2 weeks.
Keenan's wife commented back that her 2 sons are watching Elijah and her. And Casey Batista, who I'm guessing is related to Austin Batista, is also watching in. Thanks so much for being a part of the broadcast. Hopefully we get to see Austin hit some more golf shots. Yeah, we were saying Cameron Young takes back his backswing quite slowly, and he hits the ball a mile. And I think maybe for the long drive guys it's a bit different. They need that speed. They need to take it back quick and then through fast, but I think you lose a lot of control. Shout out to Richard watching in the UK. Richard Masborough.
Yeah, he used to be a commentator on
awesome.
for Super Sport for a long time. He works for the Hotel Planet Tour now, and you'll see him at our events. We have co-sanctioned.
Thanks for joining in.
I started my commentary with Richard.
Oh wow, awesome. But yeah, I think if you want some extra distance but still want to keep the control of the golf ball, I think maybe it might be better to slow down the backswing a little bit, and then you can use the ground a bit better and really. I mean, that's how I get my swing speed up. If I start at like 117 and I'm on a TrackMan trying to get it to 125 by the end of the session, I'm going a bit slow and then trying to build up the speed going down.
Yeah, I think for most amateur golfers, when they try hammer it and they take it back too quick with their hands, they don't finish the turn and they get a bit ahead of it and they actually hit it shorter.
Definitely, you can hit that spinny slice, where if you do slow it down, you can feel your positions a bit more going back, and you can feel that club face a bit better.
Yeah, and long driving is all about getting all the combinations right. Your smash factor, your spin rate, launch.
Yeah, that's why sometimes when you actually swing quite smoothly and you hit that optimal. You hit that optimal ball with the right amount of spin and the right launch, and sometimes go further than swinging a bit faster.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. I'm a bit old now, so I don't get it. I can only get to 107, 108, and but I hit it further. When I get it to 110, I don't. My smash factor's down, and my spin rate gets too high, and actually goes shorter.
Definitely. Got Travis Proctor here on hole 11. His approach shot into the par 5. Looks high. Yeah, it's a great shot finding the green in 2. He's going to have a nice long lengthy eagle putt, but great opportunity for him to get back up that leaderboard.
Anytime you're on a par 5 green for 2, you always feel quite happy with that walk down to the green.
Definitely. And anytime you find it in 3, you feel a bit upset. At our level, we all hit the ball quite far, so definitely you want to take advantage of those par 5s, and making a couple stress-free birdies always helps you around. See, Jako's only birdied this hole once this week, so he'll definitely be looking to take advantage of this good drive. Shouldn't be more than a 6-iron. On the dance floor.
Pretty much like you said, Ricky, they don't want to go long, as you can see the penalty area behind that green.
Yeah, unfortunately I learned that the hard way in round 1. Sam Simpson, I don't think this is more than a 7-iron, so he could really take advantage of this long drive. Good shot.
I think that's a good play from the leader.
Definitely. I think he kind of knows what he needs to do now to lift that trophy at the end of the day.
He's certainly feeling a lot more comfortable, and like we spoke a little earlier, like when MJ Fulham came back from adversity to win the STC Open, he can win after this really tough start. That we are mentally big up. And
definitely. What do you think gets the job done for him? Two under this 9 or 3 under?
I honestly think if he gets to 18, he's still going to win.
Just needs to stay calm and composed.
But I didn't play this course this week. You did, so you got a better idea than I do.
We have a shout out from KK Golf. He said, loving the live stream. Thanks for joining in.
Thomas Spreadborough.
Played with him last year. He's got quite a nice tidy game. He's just going to keep getting better and better. I rarely see someone who only hits draws, and he only hits the ball right to left, but quite nice. I think he just struggles sometimes with the driver, so if he can find the driver this season, he'll have a great year.
Talk us through this 18th hole, Ricky, so we got some insight when the leaders get down here.
Yeah, I think for the most part, everyone's going to be hitting a 4-iron or a 2-iron, some kind of 240-meter shot. Thomas there narrowly missing out on his birdie chip, but got a nice chance to save his par there and finish up his round. But yeah, the 18th hole, if it's downwind, the players can take dry route and carry the ravine. But if there's no downwind, trail wind, then more of a 240-meter shot, and you'll be left with about 150 meters to the front of the green. So it requires a accurate mid-iron, short iron to have a good chance at birdie. Good finishing hole. Nice with the clubhouse back there. Everyone will be around the green watching. I think Sam's probably the only person in that final group that could actually carry the ravine, but I don't see that happening if he's ahead by any amount. I know Vilko hit one a little bit right yesterday with his first tee shot in the bushes. Ended up finding it, but his provisional was like 15 meters short of the green. I was on the range and I couldn't believe it. I mean, it's a 443 meter par 4. It was a little downwind, but gee, it's quite something. The first round, both my playing partners tried to hit driver and they hit it straight in the hazard, and I couldn't understand what they were doing because there was no trail wind.
Yeah. Okay, McGuigan finish off with a birdie. Just a bit firm on that line. Not sure who's first up here. I think it might be
Jakob.
See, not a lot of space past that flag. Just downhill towards.
And if you land, I mean, I landed a 4-iron, maybe 5 meters from that pin, and it'll bounce all the way down into the rough, and then it's a pretty tough chip coming back up the green.
You can see from that angle that he's going to go downhill, then it's going to plateau out a little bit, and then maybe a little downhill to end there, Ricky.
Yeah, a little bit. Definitely runs a little bit towards the back of the green. I think anywhere inside 3 foot short will be a good result for all 3 of these guys. Just give themselves a nice stress-free birdie look. I think hitting it a bit hard and 5 foot by might be a bit of a mistake, so let's see what they can do. Can definitely see Jakob putting this in pretty tidy. Yeah, it's looking good. Very nice.
Well, it slowed up pretty quick at the end.
Yeah. Got Thomas here to clean up his par on 18. Sitting at 10 under par. Thomas Bredborough.
Always nice to finish double figures under par.
Yeah, very good. Good week for Thomas and a great start to the new season at the Mediclinic Invitational. I was going to say, out of all 3 of these guys, if anyone gives it a proper go, I think it'll be Proctor. He seems like he's just going for it. Maybe that's why he's making a couple mistakes as well, you know, he's just...
Yeah, maybe so. I'm taking this opportunity. If I win early in the season, I'm fully exempted to everything, and maybe I don't get another opportunity for a while.
For sure.
Not a bad way to go about it.
Definitely.
Certainly paid off in the beginning.
No, doesn't like it. Just seems a bit anxious, which is normal.
Doug McGuigan. Born in Scotland, resided in Kimberley, South Africa, went and lived in Canada for a while.
I didn't know he resided in Kimberley. That's where my dad's from.
Yeah. His dad, the late Frankie McGuigan, was a very good soccer player, played for Blackpool, and then he came down and played for a couple of football teams here in South Africa. Simpson. Has he
what a putt from Sammy. Wow. Amazing.
That could be the killer blow for the rest of the field.
Could be the killer blow. Wow. That'll take Sam to 19 under par. Amazing.
That is a great comeback after a horrendous start. And look at that walk now.
Yeah,
Little
he's
different from that first hole.
strutting along. Nice to see. Good job, Sam. To be honest, there's not a lot of danger holes in his future. It's looking pretty good for him after that eagle. Cruise along. I think maybe 14 and 16 will be 2 key holes for him. Long par 3 and a long par 4.
Well, you said 2 under from now. That was
Yeah, that was 2 under right there.
gives him a little more breathing room, but he certainly plays better when he's a little more aggressive, and
Definitely.
understandable when you got a 5-shot lead starting the day. You don't quite know how to play. You got to try to find your mood for the day.
Proctor can clean up his birdie putt. That was an early pull. Wow.
These are the, even though it was a lengthy 2-putt, the things you look back on when you finish a tournament and you either 3rd, 4th, or 2nd on your own and make the difference. And
Definitely, lots of points. Yeah,
points,
I mean, if
Ricky,
you
at the
can
end
have
of
a
the
solo 2nd, you can secure that card in your first event as a rookie and kind of just play freely the rest of the season. Makes such a big difference. You don't want to get to the back end of the season and feel like you need to do something crazy to keep your card or get into the top 50. So it's almost like a bonus doing well in the first couple events. Jakob Prinsloo for his birdie. This is quite an important putt, I feel like. If he gets to 14 under, he's still kind of in striking distance if Sam doesn't end up making a mistake, but 13 under is a little bit far back with only 1 par 5 left. Yeah, good birdie.
that's a good read. It looks like it's going to go right and it comes
Yeah.
back at the end. The Mediclinic Invitational here at Heron Banks Golf and River Estate. Samuel Simpson just hold a bomb for eagle. He is 3 clear. Simon Deploy is 5 under through 13 today. Christian Berg, Jakob Prinsloo Proctor, all at 14.
P&I champion Martin Volster last season, cruising along at 3 under through 14. He's tied 6th place with Tristan Stridham and Austin Batista.
Let's have a little look at these 3 guys. The final group.
There was a little story to tell with Sam Simpson and why he maybe hits the balls a little bit further than both of them. Almost looked like he had an early load into his left side and really gets through the hitting area quite nicely. And almost reminds me of a little bit of Rory's action through the ball.
Well, if you go do the biomechanics, which you've done before with Eric Kleiman, the quicker you get into that left side, the more you can apply the vertical force up. And
definitely,
by the time your left arm or your lead arm is halfway down in your backswing, 75% of your weight should be
on your lead
foot already.
Yeah. Well, even when I was talking to Gary Player the other day, I mean, he said the most important thing for an amateur golfer is getting onto that lead side and starting your downswing with the hips. Compression is only created through getting through the ball. Can't compress the golf ball unless you're getting into that lead side. Quite an aggressive play here for Jakob Prinsloo on number 12. Those bunkers on the left are about 285 meters to carry. Loves it. I think with the softer conditions you really can take it on there. I think in the past a lot of guys will hit 4-iron down there because you can get 30 meters of roll and then you aren't taking that hazard into play. But now that it's so soft you can just fly that driver over the bunker and it sits. Got the 13th hole here at Heron Banks. Quite a scoreable short par 4, 360 meters. Sorry, the 12th hole. If you get your drive away over the bunkers on the left, it'll leave you with quite a chippy wedge coming into the green. Green's undulating back to front. A little bit right of the green. You see the water hazard there, and A little bit left is just some rough and bare area, so quite a nice scoring opportunity for these leading group. They've all hit a good drive and will have some kind of inside 100-meter opportunity to get one close to the pin.
We're going to hear from the GM from Heron Bank, Robert Lance.
Hi, I'm Robert Lance. I'm the manager of Heron Banks Golf Course. I've been here for 13 years since we constructed it. My passion's always been about golf since I was 7 years old, but I'm also just paying homage to golf, having the people here every day, the clients, the golfers. That's all part of the dream, and love just doing this job. So Heron Banks Golf Course opened in December 2013. We've got quite a history with tournaments. Showcasing one of our first ones was the SA Senior Amateur in 2018. It was really a good experience, but when we got the call to do the tournament, we decided to build our main clubhouse, which is the current one, and we built that in 3 months. And having that event really just gave us a real boost. Following that, we had the 2022 SA Senior IPT, and in 2024 we had the SA Country Districts. One of the ones most memorable to me was Casey Jarvis. At 16 years old, he played in the Free State Open here in 2018. He shot 18 under par, and only one player was within 13 shots of him. And to watch him, like this past weekend at the US Masters, yeah, it's just really memorable for me to have seen him at that age performing so well. So we've got 650 members that are quite active. Weekends are very busy. You know, we do a lot of golf days, a lot of charity days. And then also we showcase, you know, a lot with our leagues. And yeah, we're a very, very social club. And yeah, we welcome people just to come and experience it, yeah, on the Vaal River. You know, I don't know how much more I can just say about the staff other than they're really phenomenal. Whether it's from the core staff going into the clubhouse staff, they've really worked long hours. And most of them have been with me for many years, even from the beginning. And, you know, no job is too tall for them. It's just a case of we've got a job to do, let's get out there and we spend the hours. So to have the Mediclinic Invitational is really an honour for the club. We hosted the final stage of the Q School from 2022 to 2025. And January last year we had our first SunShine Tour Mediclinic Invitational. So when we got the call in February, yeah, it was quite an easy decision to do it again. I think our members are very proud to have these type of events, especially after last year's Mediclinic Invitational on the final day, seeing all the spectators, you know, all the locals, and it's still a talking point till today. So yeah, our members are really looking forward to this week.
Back down with Samuel Simpson. What a wonderful eagle it was at 11. Come up just a little shy here at 12. Just missing that downhill. Travis Proctor. $14 mils of rain last night. The greens are very receptive. Yaku Prince a hit drive off the tee, aggressive play. You can see currently 5 behind the lead.
Bit of a misfire. Actually quite a tough pin to get close to because you almost got to take on the long to get that spin back. Unless you're going to take extra club and hit a low one.
Dion Ramesses. A little disappointing last round for Dion Ramesses.
Quite a powerhouse group, eh? Dion Ramesses, Keenan Davids, and Henio Kennedy. 3 great players.
Looks very comfortable with his putting, does Keenan Davidson.
Hiding the new hairdo, I see. He was he arm locking there or wrist locking? I don't even.
No, conventional with it, but higher up though. Quite a,
it looked like it was almost against his forearm though.
He was doing that at the end of last season.
Oh,
That
okay.
looked more conventional, but with that longer putter. Henio Kennedy -12. Good start to the new season campaign.
Nice to see him playing some good golf.
Can see there's placing for the players this week with the rain.
Quite a difficult 2-putt here for Sam.
Yeah, he's got a downhill and back up, and just a little bit of a wrong club for his second. He was online. It's been an interesting day if you've just starting to watch the viewership. Sam Simpson started with a 5-shot lead. Made a double bogey 7 on the first, bogey the third. He has bounced back strong with 2 birdies and a wonderful eagle on the 11th.
Oh, some great touch from Samuel Simpson. Definitely feeling a bit more comfortable in his round now, especially coming off that eagle. Looks like he could just go into cruise control now.
Yeah, I think Yaku Prince said he's going to have a go.
No, it's not going all the way. It's just this part and then it just rolled its line.
Also, I really like the teamwork him and his caddy have. They really seem comfortable with each other. His caddy just seems like he can advise him on anything, and Yako listens, which is really awesome to see. I think maybe since he's played at the bigger stages, he understands how valuable that can be. That's a good try.
It's pretty much what his caddy said. It was going to turn early and then it was going to straighten down the end. Beautiful Hyundai vehicles. Do they only have the event during the season, but they sponsor all the vehicles to get the players in and out of trouble situations when there's lightning, move them around. Great sponsorship, along with all our other sponsors. Airlink, obviously the courier guy who sponsors the playoffs, the Order of Merit. Down to Travis Proctor.
Good putt, but gonna be a tricky one now.
Yeah, they seem to be in that sort of 30-foot range most of the day, this final group.
Yeah, hard to make putts then. Gotta have better proximity. MJ sitting at 9 under par. Well, Travis Proctor, still him to go. It's never a good thing. Almost feel like in this situation, every putt he makes outside 4 or 5 feet almost feels like a relief off his shoulder. Like he just wants to almost just get in the clubhouse, and I feel if you offered him 2 more birdies and he could sit at the clubhouse, he'd take it right now.
Yeah, take it right now, that's for sure. You know, first top 5 finish or top 3 finish, and really give you the confidence in your season. He's got a good swing though. He's hit it pretty good tee to green.
Yeah.
A couple of unnecessary bogeys, but here's a big putt.
Hammered it, eh? Tell you what, he has not left 1 putt short today. Yeah, just a bit quick maybe.
It's 2-3 putts in a row though for Travis. Costly. Sunday on the back 9. Shouldn't be a lot of break in this for Sam Simpson.
Yeah, nice way to clean up his par and stayed 19 under par.
Now that is a good 2-putt.
Yeah, you always know it's a good sign when you're in the lead and you're feeling a bit of pressure and you can really lag up nicely to a couple of feet and you're in control of your hands and you're feeling it.
Yeah, which means you're in control of your emotions and you're not too nervous.
Definitely. He's done a really good job since that poor start. Definitely shows the maturity over the last 2 years he's been competing on SunShine Tour. I feel like he's growing into a really fine young player. Got another shout out on YouTube from KYA, watching from the Sunshine State of Australia. Love that you're live streaming and can't wait to see more of Batista. Thanks for watching in and joining us on the broadcast.
We're going to catch up with our tournament director, Ludwig Manyama.
My name is Ludwig Manyama. I'm the tournament director for the SunShine Tour. I love what I'm doing. I've been doing it for 20 years now. It is a very important tournament. This is the first tournament of the season. The guys are fresh coming from the qualifying school and they are here to make a point. We saw from the Q school new boys coming with new talent and they are ready to show the old boys that they can do it. And now looking forward to it. The golf course it's in good shape, so we're heading for an exciting week. Every golf course is different. The greens are beautiful. It will be a good test for the players. Yeah, I mean, coming to such a beautiful course, well taken care of. The greenkeeper, Robert, and his staff has done a great job. I mean, it makes our job a little bit easier because there's not much. I mean, the fairways are great. We're just praying that the rain just stays away. And we're going to have a beautiful tournament because fairways, tee boxes, and the greens are perfect. We love all the sponsors that we have because golf is nothing without the sponsors, and we thank Mediclinic for their continuous support of this game of golf that we love so much.
The 13th is 310 meter par 4. Can have a look there. There's 4 eagles, 110 birdies, a massive amount of pars, not too many bogeys.
Yeah, I think the most important thing on this hole is avoiding that right hand. It's not a greenside bunker, but it's very close to the green. If you hit it in that, it can almost roll up to the front of the bunker and you won't really be able to access the green from there. I think it's about 265 meters to carry. I think this is the mini driver for Sam. I know in the second round he drove it to about 10 foot to the back pin location, so definitely has the firepower to land something here on the front of the green. Yeah, I think this is his money driver. Just need to avoid that hazard on the left. If you hit something that seems like a good shot, it can still kind of roll into that hazard just short of the green. I'm quite surprised he's going for it, if I'm being honest with you, Al. He could easily hit a 5-iron up the right and have 60 meters into that pin. But feeling good probably. What do you think?
Maybe feels one more good shot and the tournament's done.
Don't think the bunker would be an issue.
Oh, it's just a normal one.
Maybe a touch of a trail win? Jaco says just a normal one.
Yeah, so it feels like he can carry it comfortably. He has to go though, something has to happen. Not happy, it's going right.
Might be a terrible angle with that back left pin. He'll have some green to work with. I actually think that's the pin on the other hole that I'm looking at. Oh, that looks left.
Not happy, in trouble. Travis Proctor just come off back-to-back 3 putts. Gonna need to find some momentum quickly.
Now here's the drivable par 4 at Heron Banks, hole number 13, par 4. It's about 295 meters to the front of the green. We've got 4 fairway bunkers, but those don't really come into play if you're going for the green. A lot of players elect just to hit a 4-iron short of that right-hand side bunker, and you've got a nice angle up the green. Gives you a nice opportunity to hit a wedge close and have a good look for birdie, or if you're a longer hitter, you can elect to pull the driver out and give it horns, and you can fly something close to the front of the green. You want to avoid that left-hand side hazard, but if the pin is on the right side, you don't really want to hit your drive right because it'll give you an awkward short-sided chip. Quite a nice strategic par 4. Risk and reward.
Yeah, they always make for fun holes.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised Sammy went for it, but he's obviously feeling great about himself right now, and you never know, he hits it on the green and makes a birdie and he's flying.
Looks to be okay walking down that right-hand side of that fairway, and Travis Proctor walking anxiously up the left-hand side.
Yeah, he's still got 5 holes to go. He needs to just maybe calm down a little bit and think about how far he's come, finishing 7th last year on the Betway Big Easy Tour, and here he is in the final group, and got a lot of points to play for. Sometimes you get a little ahead of yourself, especially with that early start he had. Tristan Stridham, lying 3rd now, 14 under total, accompanied by Vaynar Dingle and Christian Burke.
Now seeming to play already having a great last round, 16 under.
He actually just got his card back at Q School as well, so keeping his good form. Because that's the nice thing about having an event right after Q School. If you do keep your card and have a good week, you can go kind of into this event freely.
Okay, tied for 14th.
Looks like there's a ball on the green to me.
Later today, we have the Joburg Ladies Open starting at 1:30. Tonight we have the RBC Heritage, and then on the PGA Tour, and then the LPGA JM Eagle LA Championship presented by Blast Pro. That'll be at midnight.
We've got KK Golf 1 on YouTube. He said, alright, come team, settle this for me. What's the best golf course in the Vol? I've got my rankings, but I want to hear yours. Well, I can't really give you the best golf courses, but there's some wonderful golf courses, including Heron Banks hosting the Mediclinic Invitational this week, and Makofle is quite a beautiful course. I love Makofle.
Yeah, I enjoy Makofle and Valdegral.
Verveer on the Vols also had some upgrades in the last couple of years, and nice spot to go play.
Unfortunately for Travis Proctor, he has found the penalty area, so he's had a couple of 3 putts today. He's had a couple of penalty areas, and at the end of the day, when you look back on your week and you think, well, I was almost there, it's just avoiding those mistakes.
Definitely.
But like you said, he has been aggressive. That's his decision, and nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Just got to deal with the consequences if it doesn't go well.
Definitely. I see that Dove board in the back. It's been nice having Dove support us players every season. We get some goodie bags during the season at some tournaments, and some weeks I smell better than others, and usually it's that week.
Yeah. Hot to win at 2.7 FM. Also our radio sponsor, and of course STC has been a great sponsor for some time now. That's a little unlucky. I feel like he just needed not even a foot.
Yeah, I think he's also in that stage in the round where he feels like everything's kind of not going his way, and oh, this was unlucky or that was unlucky. Ruan Korb here coming into the 18th from short of the ravine. Probably got an 8 or a 7 iron. Oh wow, that's a great shot. Jeepers. Almost too good. Probably rolled over just into the fringe. Okay, so we got Sam here. Just right of the green, pin high. It's a pretty great mini drive. Yeah, he's played that beautifully. Oof.
I think that's pretty good effort from there. That was not easy. He's given himself a nice uphill putt for birdie.
Yeah, you really got to keep those hands softly in that rough when you want to hit a nice chip like that. Got to really keep that grip pressure soft. Remember David Frost used to tell me on a chip like that, I need to pretend there's a butterfly in my hands and I don't want to kill it. Just got to let it sit there.
Not mistaken, I'm sure David Frost is playing at my home course today at Clovelly Country Club.
Oh wow.
Either this Saturday or next Saturday.
Oh nice. Love catching up with him. Such an underrated player from South Africa. He won 13 PGA Tour tournaments. Quite remarkable.
Unbelievable career.
Started off his career as a police officer, if I'm not mistaken.
He did.
Oh wow, so this is Yako for an eagle.
Knock this in, get to 16 under par.
Hello, Sammy.
Gonna be pretty quick down the hill though. Especially once it gets past the hole. Hopefully it doesn't get past the hole.
I gotta think that was maybe his chance.
Good 15, 20-foot par putt for Travis. Tough stretch of holes.
Yeah, that's 3 drop shots in a row. 2 3-putts and a hazard ball on the drivable par 4. He needs to find some way to regroup and maybe find 2 or 3 shots coming down the stretch, or else he's gonna feel like this whole week got away from him. What do you think, Al? This could be the final blow if he holds this one, or still got a couple?
No, I think if he knocks us in, it's 4-shot lead, 5 to play.
Yeah, it's his tournament then.
Seems to be comfortable.
Yeah, very nice. Good job, Sam. Jeez, didn't think this was gonna be the result of the day after that rocky start he had.
Yeah, he really did look a little edgy and nervous. Even in that interview with Andrew Hope, he didn't quite look settled, but I mean, understandable. Anybody at 8:15 in the morning when you're leading by 5 shots, you're not sure. You just want to kind of get off to a nice start, and it's been a great comeback.
See the little Ricky Fowler back there watching on.
Yeah. Great to see them out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Future
SunShine
Tour players.
Yeah. Give him a ball and you'll remember it for the rest of his life. Good birdie for Jaco.
That was a great tee shot. Wow. Looked like he was hanging right a little bit, but obviously a high draw and came back.
It's kind of his signature move. He always kind of seems like he's hanging right, which is quite nice. Ball's never going to go left then.
There's a few players. Scott Hoch was one of those guys. I remember him way back. Bernard Langer too.
Langer, here's the hole 14, par 3. Quite a challenging par 3. Plays about 190 meters to the front of the green from the back tee box, and a bit of elevation change, and got those 2 bunkers tucked to the green, one on the left, one on the right. The one on the left comes into play a little bit more. Really tough, could be some really tough pin locations on this green complex, back left and front right. I think if you can hit the middle of this green all 4 days in a row, you're in a pretty good spot. This is definitely one of the key holes coming down the stretch for all the guys up on the leaderboard. I think, Sam, you can just start finding the middle of every green, you'll cruise in.
You can see the Airlink Aces on the right hand side there, 50,000 Skybucks for a hole-in-one. We have had 2 this week. That will qualify for them to get into the final playoff.
Yeah, you also notice here how many bogeys there are compared to birdies. Definitely one of the more challenging holes around Heron Banks. I contributed 2 of those bogeys. Probably a 7-iron for Sam from putting more money on a club. It plays about 8 meters down the hill. Ooh. That's not going to be easy, Al.
No, I thought that would actually suit his shot shape there, but
well, if there's going to be any kind of opening here on this final stretch for Jaco, here's one of them. You never know. Sam could make a double and Jaco could make a birdie, and there could be a big shift in the leaderboard.
well, I definitely think it's, you know, Jaco or Simon Deploy need a birdie bogey change around, and 15's a par 5.
Yeah, reachable. And not the easiest par 5 either. Quite intimidating off the tee, so work to be done. Tell you what, if he can hit the 209 meter shot as close as he hit the 310 meter shot, he'll be quite happy. Yeah, very nice.
It's always a crazy game. How, like you say, hits a driver from 300 odd meters to, within 10 feet. And we saw on the 7th hole when he's got wedge in, misses the green, and ends up making a lucky, well, not lucky bogey, but a good bogey in the end.
Definitely. See if Travis can regroup after 3 drop shots in a row. Got a great golf swing.
Gets through it well. Good width through the ball.
Love his extension. Oh, great shot.
Thanks, brother.
Well, hopefully he can roll that one in.
Run Korb just missed his birdie. Hit a great second there and almost pitched it straight in the hole. Solid week from Ron Korb. Bit of a disappointing back 9. Got it going early. Just 3 bogeys on the back 9. Joburg Ladies Open is next. Channel 213 at Ram Park Golf Club. We've had quite a bit of rain there yesterday afternoon. Managed to finish off the second round early this morning and got their 3rd round underway starting from 10 o'clock this morning. French ladies in the lead, and we got Cassandra Alexander at -6. Cara Gole was also going well. She had a couple of holes to finish off this morning, so I'm not sure how she finished. But there we have it. Samuel Simpson is 20 under par, leading by 4 from Simon Deploy, the Mediclinic Invitational, the Heron Banks Golf and River Estate. Yaku Prinsloo is playing in the lead group. He's further behind. Tristan Stratham working his way nicely up the leaderboard to join Van Dengel and Christian Burke at 14 under.
Stoll Sward with a nice round of 5 under 66 today to jump into T10th. Hopefully staying on for a top 10. We'll be sitting around and waiting to see what he finishes on.
He has a cousin, Isabella Van Rooyen, that plays on the SunShine Ladies Tour, who've just immigrated to the States actually.
Oh wow.
The whole family, there's 4 kids. Jeez. The whole Van Rooyen family. I wish them all the best on their ventures.
Yeah, good luck. Question here, Cushion Sports, when are we seeing you back in the fairways, Ricky? Well, I wasn't in the fairways this week, but I was playing. But I will be playing the FBC Zimbabwe Open in a couple of weeks, so wish me luck, please. See Samuel Simpson here. Wouldn't say he's completely short-sided Al, but definitely a challenging chip.
Yeah, I think he's better there. I thought he was in that bunker, so if he's on the uphill, he'd be just fine.
Yeah, could even hold it maybe.
Short left, but the only good thing is got an uphill putt.
Yeah, definitely not as bad as I thought. Volker?
Yeah, that is Volker Ninabe.
Not his best. I've not spent much time with him, Al. What's maybe the weakest part of his game that holds him a little bit back?
He actually he is a pretty good chipper, and obviously we know his long game's great, but his pitching, I think, can need a little more work. I think with so much speed, it's quite hard to control. Yeah. He has quite a lot of lag into that with his wedges, and again, I haven't played with him, but that's what we see. But still, he's had a remarkable career, and I think everybody had such high expectations and put a lot of pressure on Wilco to be the next sort of, you know,
Superstar.
world champion superstar, and I still believe he has that potential. And
oh yeah, he's still young.
maybe we just leave him alone, let him play his game. And he tried to play Hotel Planner and DP World Tour for a long time, trying to bounce between and do everything. And I think he just wants to settle down and play just one tour. And I still think we got massive things coming from Vilka Ninabe.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the average rookie on the PGA Tour is 33 years old, so he's still got some time.
There you go.
Golf takes time.
I still think one of the most amazing stories is that Mr. Rupert organized Vilka Ninabe invite to one of the events in the PGA Tour, and they gave it to Garrick Higgo by mistake.
And then he ended up winning.
And Garrick Higgo went on, winning that event and never looked back.
I remember that. Amazing. Adam Bream?
Yeah, the big guy.
Big Breezy, eyeing up his birdie putt. Nice to see him playing well again. It's amazing how some guys can fall off the radar for a while, and it takes a lot of courage to find their way back.
I feel like this is a big putt for Travis Proctor. The whole day has been big, but he really needs something to go his way on this back nine.
100%. Looks like a good putt. Good putt. Shame he really wants it.
Yeah, things don't always go your way on the last round, and
Definitely.
you got to be patient. You got to be hard. You got to just think about the next shot.
100%. Cushion Sports says, salute the tour for putting together such a nice production. Greatness begins here for sure. We couldn't agree with you more, Cushion. Greatness does begin here. And thanks for watching it on the broadcast.
Par putt for our leader, Sam Simpson. He has a 4-shot lead.
Maybe a touch of a misread. I don't think he was expecting it to go a little left there at the end, but that's going to drop him back down to 19 under par, and he's going to take a 3-shot lead into the par 5 15th hole.
Yeah, I think that just breaks less we saw from
Yeah.
Travis Proctor. Thought he had a really good putt and stayed right.
Sometimes it's important to watch your playing partner's putt, especially after the hole. Gives you a good indication of what it might do coming back up the hill or down the hill. Good save. Stops the bleeding. Travis Proctor, 12 under par now with a couple holes left to go. How's that picture with the game looking on? Don't find that anywhere else in the world.
I feel like we get a little spoilt here in this country for it, and
It's amazing.
until the foreigners come out here and like, wow, what's going on?
Yeah, that's insane. Oh, what a shot from Simon Deploy. Wow. That's going to give him a chance to get within 2 of Sam. That's some great golf he's playing today. We have another question here, Al, from Linux CA. How does our driving average compare to other tours?
The thing is, if you try and make that just now, it goes.
I don't know the stats completely,
Doesn't
but
stats
I would
either, but I want to say we're pretty
I would
well.
imagine we're probably above average because one, we have altitude,
Yeah, definitely.
and South Africa's in general are long hitters.
Samuel Simpson here after his drop shot drops down to 19 under par. He's got a 3-shot lead over Simon Deploy. Jakob Prenslow in that group at 15 under, alongside Tristan Stridham and Christian Burke at 14 under.
Yeah, Graham van der Merwe as consistent as ever. Henry O'Kennedy finished on 12 under, sneaks into a top 10. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Jean Hugo, will you rack up? I think, I want to say it's 113th top 10. I'll have to go check on the Sunshine Tour.
Mr. Consistent. Nice to see Cole Stevens, a rookie on tour, finishing his day at 4 under par and tied 15th alongside Louis Alberts and Martin Rower and Adam Breen. Nice to see Martin Rower healthy and strong again.
Nice rides from Daniel Cranier and Jacques van der Merwe. I've got a feeling we're going to hear a lot from these two gentlemen.
Definitely. Daniel Cranier, great player, and Jacques van der Merwe winning 3 times on the Betway Big Easy Tour last season. And there's the Investec SA Open past champion, Dylan Naidu. Shot 3 under par today, and hopefully getting some confidence in his game for the rest of the season on the DP World Tour. Yeah, going back to driving distance averages, out of my own experience, I would say we've got some of the longest hitters in the world. The altitude obviously helps, but I definitely think we're above average strength-wise.
I think there's a few contributing factors to that. We play in pretty much warm weather the whole year. Even our winters aren't too bad.
Yeah.
And the courses are probably a little bit more generous.
Yeah, definitely.
So the players learn to hit it hard from early.
And SunShine Tour provide us with Planet Fitness memberships, so we get to go to the gym and get stronger.
There you go.
So if you're not hitting it long, then it's on you. No, I really do enjoy that Planet Fitness benefit. Even at the Vol this week, I went and worked out, and it's a great initiative Planet Fitness provide for us players.
Yeah, they have some great partners, and Momentum have, medical aid scheme and help the players when things aren't going well.
Definitely.
Momentum, Mediclinic obviously with the sponsorship and all the help through every event with if anything goes wrong. Big tee shot right here though for Samuel Simpson.
If he can get this drive away, he's going to easily reach that par 5 green with a long iron. Yeah, looked like he liked it. Tell you what, he's swinging that driver nicely today. Very good. I would say that's the kryptonite of his game. Usually he gets a bit skew with it and whips that mini driver out as much as he can, but nice to see him comfortable with that driver coming down the stretch today. You know his nickname, Al?
No.
The Giraffe. He's such a lovely guy. Nice to see him playing good again after losing his card last season.
Yeah, to go back to Turskill, not easy. Lying down.
Bit of a slow day for him, but still can take some momentum out of just making that first cut and getting some points on the board. I think he's one of those stories where he was so successful on the mini tours before getting a SunShine Tour card, and I think once he got his SunShine Tour card, he tried to change his swing a lot because of how unorthodox it was, and didn't end up doing him any justice. And I think now he's going back to his old swing and his roots, and that's just the way he is comfortable controlling the golf ball.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point of what do you have to get there in the first place.
Yeah.
And if you do have a unique swing, then you seriously need to go to the other end of the range and just hit your balls and play your game, because you can get caught up in what 100%. Is perfect but not effective, right?
Yeah. If you can just keep the ball in play and have a good short game, you're already 90% of the way to shooting good scores and having good results. You don't need to change something that's not broken.
I remember Nicky Price just saying, go to the other end of the range, do your job like you would at your home course and practice. You know what you can do.
Yeah.
Nobody else is hitting that ball for you.
100%. Warwick Purchase lying tied 10th right now, 12 under. There's actually quite a big putt. Get himself into the top 10 with 2 holes to go. Yeah, very nice from Warwick. Nice fist pump to get himself to 13 under par.
Yeah, he knows it's important. He would have seen the leaderboards. Another birdie
definitely.
and you having a top 5 finish. A lot of bonuses for top 5s with your equipment sponsors and
definitely. Yeah, Strixon is a part of that. They give you bonuses on your performance every week if you finish in the top 5 and season end ranking. They've really doing a lot for us players, and notice more and more people every season changing to Strixon, and some great golf clubs.
Tristan Stratham, he is 14 under par. Not often there's 5 par 3s on golf course.
Yeah, and they're all quite challenging ones out here at Heron Banks.
I think the shortest one was 184 meters.
Yeah, yeah. No, strong par 3s. Tristan Stridham here for birdie. Big putt. Oh, it's a great putt anyways. Having a great week. Here's one of the best putters on tour. Do me justice.
Oh, he did, Ricky.
Finally.
It's actually such a great camera angle for a long putter. Anybody who wants to putt long, he gets that lead elbow at a right angle and it just goes down and up.
100%. And you even saw the heel of his putter was a little bit off the ground, keeping it as upright as possible.
Travis Proctor was in the bunker. He had to lay up. So we go to 16, and that's birdie for Simon Deploy.
Gets into 17 under par and 2 shots back of the lead.
He is not going away, is he?
Yeah, looks like he's really secured that solo second spot now. He's just trying to chase down Sam.
Great van der Merwe.
Great putt. Wow.
Wonderful par. Tied for 6th.
He could use a birdie down 18 to get into that top 5.
Adam Bream. Second, can he get another birdie? It was on line, it's come up. Club short, unfortunately. You can see that breeze is coming in. Just cross off the right hand side.
Jeez, how far is that drive? He's driven it over the ravine into the wind.
We're talking about that, Ricky.
Yeah, great shot.
That was a pretty good wedge. Out of the rough, downwind. Crosswind from that angle.
Very good stuff. Oh, very nice from Martin. Good par save. He's sitting at 13 under par and tied 6 with 1 hole to go. Another question here. Linux ZA, does the SunShine Tour have live tracers from tee shots? Sometimes, depending on the event, Linux. Some bigger tournaments, we do have the trackmans out and the tracers, so stay in touch the whole season and follow along the broadcasts, and I'm sure you'll see a bunch of tracers.
Well, there we have it. Sam Simpson, 19 under par. He's on the par 5 right here with Yaku Prinsu in great condition in the middle of the fairway. Here is caddy just saying center green.
It's not a very big green now. I feel like center green's the only spot you can hit it.
Look, center green, most times you're not going to be more than 15 feet.
Definitely. It is quite a tricky green complex to hit, and if you are a little bit left or right, there's a bit of rough. Jeez, that sounded good. Maybe a touch right, he was saying left. Could be in that greenside bunker, or maybe just off on the rough on the right. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like more than a 5-iron for Sam. Great opportunity. I even want to say it's a 6-iron.
Any major trouble up there?
Nah, I mean, you can hit it left or right. I mean, that hazard is like 40 meters right of the green, so don't think he'll be intimidated by that. I think he just maybe wants to avoid the bunkers. They've got quite a big lip on them. I think he liked it. Okay, yeah, there's Sam just left. That should be an easy pitch. I think he was smart there, actually. He took the less club and didn't bring short side into play. Showing a lot of maturity today.
Well, back down to the par 3.
Keegan McClatchin. Look onto his unorthodox swing, but as we say, it works for him. Gotta do what works for you. Not his best. That's going to be a tough up and down.
Big pull, yeah. Got no green to work with there for Keegan. Too bad. A little bit longer than you won in the last hole. You want to just, if you don't make it, you want a little tap in and go have your lunch.
Definitely. Oh, but I think either way he's going to be chuffed with how he's played in this first week back on tour.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, he at one stage didn't look like he could get to the final stage to even try to get your card back 100%. With that finger injury. He actually phoned me and said, oh, you know, can I get a medical for Big Easy? I'm like, I'm afraid not. You got, you know, hopefully you get to the final, and he played that final.
Yeah, quite a cool group as well here in the final round with Wilco and John Hugo. Yeah, great putt from Wilco to finish his week off at the Mediclinic Invitational. Puts him at 8 under par. Maybe not the best final round, but we'll see a lot more of him throughout the rest of the year. I'm sure he's got a win in him as well. Always looks super professional.
Yeah, I think that Peter Millar's a new clothing sponsor.
Yeah. Some nice tidy stuff. Benjamin Van Veek.
Is he in the penalty area there, Benjamin? Is that? Was he on?
No, I don't think so. I think
he's placing.
Yeah. No, it's deceiving. That penalty area is quite far right. Yeah. It's quite a tricky hole. This number 16. There's 2 fairway bunkers, and you almost can't hit driver because you don't want to be in them. And then you have longish into the green. It's quite undulating, as you see here.
Yeah. Unusual to see Van and Dengo with a long putter, but he looks pretty comfortable, I must say.
First look we've had from long range with it. I want to see how he does here. It's amazing how in this game you can still learn new things at his age. I mean, he's been on tour, what, 10 plus years, and probably never even sniffed a long putter, and here he is with a long putter. Amazing.
Jean also grips the putter quite long in that left hand. He got this beautiful lag hit.
Yeah. He never really seems to miss those. Even when they look like missing, they go in. Nice top 10 finish potentially for Jean Hugo, sitting at T10th right now. A couple more guys have to come in, but great first week back for him in the new season on the SunShine Tour.
Let's just get this stat right quickly. Let me just go find this.
Fan Pret commented, I see players are moving the ball at club length. I heard something about a scorecard length somewhere. So depending on the event and depending on the conditions, there's been a lot of rain this week, so we are allowed to place our ball a full club length. So you're allowed to take the head cover off your driver and use that to place your ball a full club length. And some weeks when the rain's not as bad, we get a scorecard, and sometimes we play it as it lies. Just depends on the conditions that week. Heron Banks looking lovely though, in great condition, especially with all the rain we've had. It's amazing that those guys are even out there playing. All props to the staff.
Yeah, I was a little worried looking at the rain forecast and thunder that we get this round in, but they certainly have, and Sam is electing the putter, which is a good decision when you can putt.
Definitely. Just looking to have a stress-free 2-putt birdie.
Certainly make those last 3 holes a lot easier. Just bounced it a little bit in the beginning.
Oh, that was a lot, eh?
Yeah, I just took that few yards off it. Graham van der Merwe, second shot. He is 13 under. That is looking a little left. Proctor. Oh. That grabbed too early, and that was his fourth shot, so that's for a par.
Auric purchase from long distance.
Certainly seems Ricky, and I haven't played this course, but obviously with the long par threes, there's a lot of 20, 30-foot birdie putts, obviously with the length and the slopes in the greens.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with Stuart Krog, who I stayed with this week. I mean, we both missed cut, but the scoring has been really, really good. And I feel like it's hard to get momentum out there, because if your proximity isn't good or you're not on, you're going to have 20 to 30 footers all day long, and it's not easy to make those length putts.
No, that's pretty much what we've seen today.
Yeah. So no, it just goes to show how good the guys are playing out there. I mean, just the fact that Sam got to 20 under. I mean, he's at 19 under right now, but that's some proper golf. Maynard Dingle sitting at 13 under, T6. And even the cut being 3 under, I wasn't expecting that. I thought beginning of the week maybe 1 under with the wet, soft conditions, just because of it's just a grind. You gotta hit good tee shots, hit good iron shots, and hole putts.
That's just a disappointing par with an iron in his hand for Jakob Prinsloo.
Opportunity for Sam here to roll one in and get back to 20 under par. I'm sure he has like mini leaderboards in his head. I feel like maybe he thinks if he makes this one, then he's like feeling quite comfortable going down the stretch. But if he misses this one, maybe a touch more pressure.
Oh, definitely. You probably find starting the day with a 5-shot lead, you're going, if I can get to 20, pretty sure I'm going to win.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just what he's trying to think of, just trying to think of this shot, not think of everything else. I'd be a little disappointed in that. Just, like you said, Ricky, in the back of your head, there's just that little option, you know, if Sam Deploy can finish strong, you still got to then finish it off.
Definitely, and 16, 17, 18 is no gimme. Gonna require good tee shots, good approach shots.
Have a lot of support from Durbanville Golf Course. Needs something to go though, does Travis?
I actually bumped into him at the Absa. I was caddying for Tandy, and he was caddying for Bobby Brown, one of his close mates.
Yeah, Bobby plays out of Steenberg Golf Course in the Cape, and she's made the move over to professional golf and had a good third position the other day.
Yeah. It's quite fun caddying for Tandy. We had some fun. Travis Proctor sitting at 11 under par. Just giving a couple shots back. This back 9.
Simon Deploy.
Big putt here for par.
This could make
Sam's
Sam's life a little easier, and
I don't think Sam knows either, but
got to knock this in and birdie the last. You got to feel.
Yeah, 100% to have a chance. I don't think Sam's gonna do much worse than that. I think this is a little from the right, and then it straightens out at the end, as we've seen from some other players. No. Yeah, that's definitely gonna make Sam's job a little bit easier now. I think the nice thing about Sam's job now is 16 is hazards both sides, so it's not like he can hit one out of bounds, or so no matter what happens he gets to still drop, and I think 5's the worst he can really make, and 17's quite a shorter par 3 than the other ones, and 18's an iron off the tee, so he doesn't have to hit driver.
So no big disasters. Keegan Thomas has picked up a birdie the last couple of holes. And
Oh.
just another solid week for Martin Foster.
Yeah, looks like he always seems to be playing solid. Jakob Prinsloo here, on hole 16.
Oh no. I don't even see that.
Should be
Got
fine.
a green flag.
Yeah, so actually left of those bunkers is more fairway, so there's a bit more room than you think. Those bunkers are about 295 meters out there, so I think Sam can reach them, but I don't think the other two can.
Tristan Stratham, 68, 3 under today, minus 13. Good week, same as Foster. If I'm not mistaken, I think Grant from the Merve is also at 13 under, so the whole group finishing on 13 under par.
Amazing. Yeah, looks like Sammy's going with that mini driver again.
Good pickup from the cameraman, and that's why, because it's in the center.
Great tee shot. In full control.
Yeah, it's been a great comeback, and I think he wouldn't have been thinking that after 3 rounds, but now that he's pretty good,
Definitely.
we're going to go live to the Joburg Ladies Open at 1:30 at Ram Park Golf Club. The conclusion of this event. But just getting back to that, Ricky, now, you know, to have that finish and still win, that's gonna really pick up his confidence a few notes.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a big year for him. I mean, he's in all the co-sanction events. If he wins today, he gets into guaranteed co-sanctions for another 2 years. So
Yeah, remainder of this year, you know, and another year. That's just big relief.
yeah, so many chances and opportunities to change your life. One good week and you're on.
Yeah, and you've won twice, and that's, you know,
No, definitely.
that's big.
He's still very young. Got match number 9 here. Christian Burke, Austin Batista, and Keegan Thomas, all having quite solid weeks.
Yeah, this is a pretty big putt right here. Gives the finish strong and sort of fight for 3rd place here.
Definitely. He's also one of those guys, he's exempt into all the co-sanction events this season and just trying to build his confidence up, because have one big week in those and you're flying. Plays a lot of his golf down in Australia on the Australian PGA. Oliver Becker made that move now recently this year.
He has. Oliver's immigrated with his wife and his 2 kids, and
Shout out to him.
he'll be playing a combination of Sunshine Tour, Australian Tour, and a bit of Asian Tour.
Yeah, a lot of the international series events. I know he's going to go try play. I'm going to have to message Christian later and find out what make those that shirt is. I really like it.
I'm gonna change. It's not really maroon. It's like a sort of rusty brown maroon. I don't know what to call it.
Looking sharp. He recently got engaged in Mauritius, proposed to his girlfriend. I've got a lab putter arriving next week. See how that works out. I met the lab rep Tom in at Joburg Open, and had a nice chat with him, and he offered to send me one over as long as I did some content with it. So that's awesome. Lab's been doing really great things worldwide.
Yeah, they're good putters. Christian Beck, unfortunately though, just letting that one slip past the right.
Tell you what, what, I'm going to have to message Gerard Pepler later, because I remember once I had a broomstick out and he made fun of me, and there he was today using one.
Quite a tricky putt here though for Van and Dingle.
Yeah, another long range putt.
I think in the beginning when you move to a long putter, this is the most difficult.
Yeah.
You know, they're great from 6-8 feet and in. You just got to get used to putting with, you know, not both hands on the same area.
Almost like using the weight of the head, and you're swinging their shoulders and just using the weight of the putter to get the distance you want.
Correct.
I've watched Sean Norris use it, and wow, he's something else with the long putter.
Sean and Justin Harding, unbelievable with
Yeah,
the
I
long
played
putter.
with Justin Harding last year in a pre-Q, and just looked like he was never going to miss. Great putt from Dingle there. Jakob Prinsloo's found that left-hand side rough, but shouldn't be too difficult. Another one of those challenging holes around here in Banks. More bogeys than birdies.
Yaku's just one behind Simon Deploy at this stage. 4 behind the leader.
Yep.
Got to be thinking if I birdie the last 3 holes, you never know. He likes it, and that is why.
Great shot from Jakob Prinsloo. Yeah, I actually see here Simon Deploys missed 9 of his last 10 cuts before getting his tour card back.
Great game, isn't it?
Great game. Gives
You're
me
only
hope.
a couple of weeks away from
changing your life.
Yeah, exactly.
Changing your career. Just gotta keep believing.
Spin. Okay, no problems there.
Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue for Sam doing his job.
You know, a good week, a couple of good weeks, and you forget about all the bad weeks, and
100%.
so does everybody else.
Definitely. Quite a big drive there from Travis Proctor. Wow. He's carried those bunkers and everything. Yeah, great shot.
Good shot. Yeah, I think for Travis, he's gonna, like you said in the beginning, Ricky, he's gonna learn a lot today.
Yeah.
Whether he likes it or not. And,
100%.
He's been up there for most of the time, and some unnecessary 3 putts and some penalty areas.
Definitely.
But he would realize that he has what it takes to be up there and to compete with these guys.
100%. No, when I played in my first final group, I completely blew the lead and everything, but definitely learned a lot that day. So all the experience to gain for him in his first event of the season. Simon Deploy here on the 18th hole. Approach shot. Pins in the back right section of the green. Needs to find a birdie somehow to have any chance. Well, if he's going to make a birdie, he's going to have to chip that one in. Doesn't look too difficult, to be honest.
No, and it probably wasn't too bad an angle of coming from that left-hand side. He, you know, 2 meters short, he would have been 15 feet. Keegan Thomas made a lovely birdie at 16.
Oh, I think that found the bunker.
Are you blinded by those trees, Ricky? That tee?
No. No, it's a new tee box actually. The tee box used to be there next to the umbrella. It's quite a nice tee box. You're not blinded. It just adds a little bit of length to the hole. making it like a 6 or a 7 iron instead of a 9 iron. So it's quite a more challenging tee box for sure. And I feel like for a right-handed player, you're more inclined to hit it a bit right.
Let me ask you something as a left-hander. I went to Canada way back in the day and tried to play the Canadian Tour and spent a few months there. And they had the most left-handers I've ever seen. And somebody said it had something to do about ice hockey.
It's very possible. Now that you say that, I used to play golf with a couple Canadians in college, and they were all left-handed as
There
well.
were so many left-handers, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I guess with hockey, they
Hit both ways?
yeah, they do
Is it
hit
a flat
both ways.
stick?
A lot of them are like they almost turn themselves into an ambidextrous person because of how they use their hockey stick. Good athletes, Canadians.
I always think, you know, skaters. I mean, you're obviously born with skates on.
Yeah.
I mean, you skate before you can walk.
Yeah,
or
I
what?
find either they skate or they run. I used to live in a house with 6 Canadians in college. They were all on the cross-country team.
Wow.
I know Dougie played a good amount of golf in Canada as well.
Yeah, he lived there. I went to go stay with him actually.
Oh,
when
okay,
went
nice.
over, yeah, it was back in '98. It was.
Yeah. They've actually combined that tour now, I'm pretty sure, with the Latin American tour. It's called the Americas Tour. I've got
Great
a couple
golf
mates.
courses.
Yeah. I've got a couple mates down there playing. Also had a couple mates come here for Q school now from America. Amazing how much it's grown since I first moved here 5 years ago.
We used to have a lot of Americans come out here though. When I first started
Yeah.
playing, big groups that came out. There was a guy, I'm trying to think of his name, who brought them out 40, 50 at a time for
Oh wow.
to come to Q school and get through. And
I know John Daly came out also
Yeah,
once or
John
twice for a
Daly
couple
played.
events.
a lot of players. Tom Lehman. I mean, I
Yeah.
can go through lots of names.
Sam Simpson.
Settle.
Sammy. That's not what he was looking for. That's going to make the job a bit tougher now. Wow.
Wasn't expecting that.
Simon probably thinks he definitely thinks he needs to hold this one to have any kind of chance at a playoff. See if he can rise to the occasion. Okay, not bad. Not bad, Simon. Tap that one in and see what happens.
A strong finish though. He stayed up there, hasn't wilted away, and
Very good.
knocks it down for 16 under. He'll definitely have at least a top 3.
Yeah.
Depends what this man does. He's got this to join. Deploy.
And honestly, if he makes this and Sam misses, it's not done yet.
Game on.
Yeah, not his best efforts, hey? Looked like he just came up and out of it. I would say that's his kryptonite, hey, Al. I mean, watching him and playing with him, he always hits the ball quite solid. He just doesn't make enough putts.
I think he's streaky with his putting.
Yeah, and he's tried a couple different putters now. I've seen it with an arm lock, a broomstick, a short putter.
Yeah, he's gone back to, I know at Tour, the DNI Tour Championship, he went back to the old style ping. Wasn't really one of the popular ones, but like sort of a half mallet.
Okay.
Looks like he's still using it.
This will be a nice birdie for Travis. But had a bit of a rough pack 9.
Yeah. I feel like he deserves one. He's hit a lot of good putts that have just
Yeah.
slipped.
I'd love to see him make 2 birdies coming in and finish top 10.
Stay up.
Yeah. very
Yeah,
nice.
well done.
Seems like a character.
Yeah.
Playing with his emotions. He's playing good golf. Yeah, very nice chip for Burke.
You know, going back 18 months ago, obviously had a stellar career as an amateur and did so many great things, and then he always played with a draw, and then he went to try hit a fade, and he actually went so backwards. He was shooting some scores. Oh, what a putt from Sam.
What a putt from Sam. Yeah, I know Burke had lost the plot for a while there, and I was even wondering, like, what's going on? This guy's so good. Just shows you, eh? And now he's back at the top.
He went back to his draw, his natural shape, and had a great 18 months.
100%.
Earned a lot of money.
100%. When you can propose in Mauritius, you know you're doing quite well.
See him deploy. 16 under, and that is a great week. Well done, young man.
Very good.
Well done, and getting your tour card back through Tour School.
And he's pretty much secured his tour card for this year in one event. How cool is that?
A couple of weeks. Feeling on top of the world.
That's awesome stuff.
Tie for third with Christian Burke is Jaco Prinsloo. Austin Baptiste is 14 under.
Here we've got the hole number 17 at Heron Banks, the par 3. One of the featured par 3s around Heron Banks. The tee box there on a little peninsula on the right, and the green's protected by a couple of bunkers on the left. Most of the guys are probably coming in with a 6 or 7 iron. The green is pretty forgiving, but a little bit slopey. Definitely one of those holes, if you can walk off with 4 pars on the week, you're feeling quite good about yourself. A birdie is a little bit of a bonus, and some strokes gained on the field. The last place you want to go is long or in that right-hand side bunker. Let's see what the final group can cook up.
To join third position.
Wow.
Interesting decision to
very
like a little 7-iron, just popped it over the fringe.
He loves a good finish. It just shows you the way he plays golf. He just rises to the occasion. Plays fearless golf. He reminds me a little bit of Casey Jarvis, to be honest. He just wants it. Doesn't let his emotions get in the way or his fear get in the way. He just
I think that's a big word, fear. He's not scared.
Just gets it done.
Not scared of the alternative.
Even there, a lot of guys would putt it because, oh, I don't want to duff a chip or whatever. He's just thinking, let me take that pin out and hit it in the hole. It's an amazing mindset to have in this game.
Should be a par putt though for Keegan Thomas.
I think this is the hole that Vayner Dingle made a hole-in-one earlier in the week, right? Because it said 1 ace there. Yeah, I think he aced that one, and Tristan Galant aced the number 5. He was playing with Stuart Krog.
He's hit it too hard.
Yeah, it just looks a touch jabby today. Oh, still been a good week for him. He finished 75th last season on the DNI Order of Merit, so he's getting off to a good start this season. I think he's one of those players that belong in the top 50 if he's playing his game. How do you feel about the rangefinders this season being able to be used out here?
I think it's a good decision. You know, you got your yardage book. You need your yardage book.
Yeah.
And you just can, you can check it with the rangefinder. So
yeah, it definitely helps pace of play.
Yeah, you need to know your carries over bunkers, which the rangefinder doesn't give, and then, you can just check it every time. So
yeah, definitely. Especially if you're out of position after a bad drive and you don't want to spend 5 minutes getting your distance, you can just whip the rangefinder out and go along your business and not hold up play.
Last day we did commit to it.
I think the players are all happy with that decision.
Yeah, definitely. Nice to see a lot of spectators out following the final group here. That was actually Travis's mom in the last picture. Yeah, great shot from Travis. Yeah, that's Travis's mom there following along. Saw his dad earlier, but they're both walking around nervously.
I think it's really hard to watch your
Yeah.
son or daughter play golf. I had a brother that played on tour for 12 years, and I found it horrendous to watch them. They're much easier for yourself. You're in control of what you're doing.
Yeah, my dad's actually coming out soon next week. He's going to caddy for me for a couple of weeks, so that'll be interesting. He caddied for me last season. We actually did well together in the one event he caddied for me in. So. Prinsloo needs a hole-in-one eagle finish here. Definitely making the job a bit easier for Sam.
So where does Sam not want to miss a chip? Left?
I would just say he doesn't want to either get it plugged in the bunker or up against the lip in the bunker. I think as long as he's pin high, if he's a little bit left or a little bit right, I think he'll be fine. The pin's in oh, he doesn't want to go left, I guess. Anywhere pin high right. Kind of where Yako went. I think he's going to take it on there. It suits his shape. Quite an inviting pin. Probably an 8-iron. I see him hitting this within 20 feet.
Yeah, it was a big putt he made on 16. So free through the hitting area. And
so free.
Nice and tall through the ball. Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Very nice, Sam.
Shot of the day for Sam Simpson.
100% after that putt. But yeah, that was even... I think that just secured him the trophy.
It was a nervy start for Sam Simpson.
Very.
Double bogey the first, bogey the third.
Definitely.
He bounced back from there. Got his round back to under par. Years. This is what you've got left for the weekend. Joburg Ladies Open, the Sunshine Ladies Tour with the LET live at 1:30 today from Rampart Golf Club. Tonight you have the obviously Heritage and the PGA Tour live at 11:15. And you got the LPGA, you got the JM Eagle LA Championship presented by Blast Pro. That'll be midnight. Hayden Porteous, another solid week. He's hardly finished outside the top 25 since he had that win at Gowrie Farm.
It's been amazing how that week changed his career, really. I mean, he was on top of the world a couple years ago and kind of lost the plot as well and started finding his game again, and then he got his invitation to Gowrie and won.
Yeah, it's not often you see that, and I must say, as one of the better players, he never moaned once. He just went back into
was even
the
playing
Betway Big
Bushvelds
Easy and
Big
just
Easies,
grounded his way back.
He's been very patient. Can dingle roll one putt in.
Yeah, he got it to 14 under a little earlier. Has had a couple of bogeys and the last 4 holes.
Another example, 20-footer. It's tough to get the ball close out here. Yeah, good pace. See him using that putter another couple
Yeah,
weeks.
I think that'll carry on for a while.
Well, Sam Simpson's got that 3-shot lead. Got a nice look for birdie here to get to 20 under par. A lot to play for between Burke, Batista and Prinsloo there. Try and get themselves in a tied for second or even a solo second if they can have a spectacular finish.
Yeah, those points make a massive difference at the end of the season. I remember with you, Ricky, at second on your own and the Blue Label Challenge, and I think it was a good finish at the Fraser Bank Mauritius Open, and that really changes your, you know.
Yeah. Ended up finishing 22nd on the Order of Merit, and was injured last season for the Coast Sanctions, but I'll be playing in the SA Open this season and the Johannesburg Open. So 2 great opportunities to change my career.
Yeah, just look after that shoulder and make sure it's good.
100%. Gotta give a quick shout out to my boys at Dainfern today, the early birdies. They've been watching on the broadcast. Thanks for joining in, guys. Hope a couple of you play some nice golf today, although I know you probably won't.
Pretty happy with a 2-putt from here for Jaco Prinsloo. Come a little from his right-hand side.
Oh, just lacking a little bit of pace. Good line. Not bad. Yeah, there's Travis's parents in the white hat and the gentleman next to her. I think that's also his girlfriend there, so he's got all of them out there supporting him today.
He made a good birdie at 16. Can he roll in another? Currently in a tied for 9th place with a big group. Would love to jump out of that, make some more money, more points.
Yeah, great job, Travis.
Showing a lot of heart here. Well done, young man.
I think this will even make him learn more now that he's having a good finish too. He won't have a bitter taste in his mouth. He'll feel good about himself.
Absolutely, you know, if you, to be honest, and you know, he's not over par. I mean, I know he would ideally win all these things, but
yeah, no, he's done well.
This to extend his lead by 4. 2-4, should I say? That's okay. No need to do anything silly. Just gonna come a little from his right. Keep himself in touch, give himself a chance to finish 2nd.
Yeah, good job. Jaco Prinsloo going to the 18th hole, 15 under par. Needs a birdie to find himself in a tie for 2nd. Got one more question here for you, Al. Wait for Batista to hit his shot.
You know this is going to be decent. You know he's going to have a good chance to make him birdie, don't you?
Oh, yeah. There you go, Austin. Amazing. He just takes the word fear and he puts it in the ground. Nicholas Koenig, who's actually Harry Koenig's dad. He asked, what's your favorite course in SA? But you can't pick Clovelly.
I'm going to say Leopard Creek.
Okay, awesome. Shout out to Nicholas and Harry. Hopefully we see Harry soon.
I have got some others. I actually love the Wild Coast. And,
I also love the Wild Coast.
Yeah. And Glendower. I've got a... Yeah. Obviously, Clovelly Country Club.
My dad was actually a member there back in the day.
I know.
Yeah, so this 18th hole is definitely more of a strategy hole. You want to hit something 240 over that right-hand side bunker and leave you with a mid-iron into the green. Just got to watch out for the second bunker on the right. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. Would have probably
You're going to like the way he gets through the ball. Committed.
Yeah.
Like you said, nice extension through it.
Don't know if you know Connor McKenzie's golf swing. He actually reminds me a little bit of that. Like very wide and wide through the ball. Probably hits his irons a mile.
Wide and wide is pretty good.
Yeah, that's Scotty Scheffler. At what point does Jakob bring a truck full of free pies for everyone after he wins? I haven't had a chance to go to his store, but I heard it's quite good.
Yeah, there's something in that. It's a bit healthier as well. I do know this, but let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, Sam loves it. Quick tee pickup. Yeah, exactly where you want to be. Middle of middle. Great job, Sam. Now he just needs to enjoy the walk up.
A different person from that first hole.
Yeah.
That was a nervy start.
Yeah, and here we've got the 18th hole at Heron Banks. Quite a lengthy par 4. It's 443 meters, but again, you've got that ravine at about 285 meters and don't want to run out, so a lot of the guys will elect to hit a 4-iron or a hybrid or a 2-iron, and then from there on you've got about 150 meters to the front of the green. So definitely more of a strategically placed hole. If it's a little bit downwind, the long hitters can hit their driver over the ravine, but it doesn't seem like that's the case today, unless your name is Volker Nienarber.
It's called the Pie Crew in Montana Mall.
I love a pie. Okay, so they just posted John Hugo made his 114th top 10 today. How incredible is that?
Yeah, I made a mistake. I said 112 going into 113. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, it's literally. Keegan Thomas here on the 18th. Long range for his birdie. Needs this to get into the top 10, but still be a good week regardless.
It's tracking, I tell you what.
Oh, what a great attempt. Good week, Keegan. Nothing wrong with the top 15. What do you usually have to finish back in the day out to sit at home on a Sunday night and like, wow, okay, I'm very happy with this?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think top 10s, you know, always you're pretty happy. Top 5, obviously, and top 3s are good. And you can't be happy with making cuts.
No, definitely not. Yeah, I would say whenever I finish in the top 15, I'm quite chuffed.
I always remember Teddy Webb always said to me, you know, you want to hit it so good. So if you don't putt well that week, you're still in the top 20. That's got to be
that's
your.
a great point.
Then you know you're in a good position.
Yeah, 100%.
If you get all those things right.
I feel like that's where Jaco Prinsloo is a lot of the time.
Yeah, Peter Mollman, Jaco Prinsloo, MJ,
Keenan,
David,
yeah,
so, you
yeah.
know, like Sean Hugo. I don't want to. I hope I'm not missing anybody out. But
Yeah,
there's a
yeah,
lot
no,
of guys there
definitely,
that kind of always in that area.
Was like even Christian Burke, yeah. 100%. Yeah, and those are your guys that are usually going to finish in the top 50. Their ball striking is elite, and Austin Batista here to get into a tie for second. Big putt. A lot of money, a lot of points.
Definitely.
Always up for the challenge.
Every shot makes somebody happy, Ricky.
Yeah, very good.
Birdie finish. 3 birdies the last 4. Look at that. Tie second.
Another great week for Austin. Wouldn't be surprised to see him have a stellar top 5, top 10 on the order of merit year. Seems like he's always up there, and he putts well.
Keenan Thomas, should I say? Just
Thomas.
talking about Keenan Davidson.
Nice playing from all 3 of those guys. Prinsloo definitely thinking about making that birdie to get into a share for second as well.
Yeah, I think he can be fairly aggressive with his shot to that back right pin location.
Yeah, no, definitely. Probably got, I want to say, an 8-iron in his hand. Probably playing around 170 meters with the uphill. No, it doesn't like it. I think it's drawing. Yeah. Seems like even on his bad weeks, he's still up there. Like, probably didn't have his A game today, but that's how good he is.
Yeah, just seems to get that a little bit on the inside, a little flippy, but needs to get it up and down though, stay in that tight 4th position.
Yeah.
Nice position for this man though, Sam Simpson. He's been pedigree right from the beginning, played Junior President's Cup, played for South Africa under 18. And on his way to winning his 2nd Sunshine Tour title.
That's him locked in. Good job, Sam.
I think this is such a major mental breakthrough, not because he's won already, but because he had that tough start.
Oh yeah, could have gone the other way easily, but he held on.
Yeah, and he could fight back from that, and that's going to be great.
Definitely.
As for this young man, he's had a couple of 3 putts, a couple of penalty areas, but he's had a good finish. Can he make one more birdie?
He likes it.
Staring it down.
Oh, what a
he's got
shot.
a big chance.
Wow, what a finish from Travis.
That is going to give him a lot of confidence.
A lot of confidence. He's probably thinking, where was this from holes 5 to 13?
Well, you know, you also have those seasons where you finish strong the last couple of holes in your last round, and you have seasons where you don't finish strong, and that plays on your mind.
100%.
Lots of golf on your World of Champions. We have right after this the Joburg Ladies Open on the Sunshine Ladies Tour, co-sanctioned with the LET at Ram Park. Then on the PGA Tour at 7 o'clock, the RBC Heritage, and at midnight on the LPGA Jam Eagle LA Championship presented by Blast Pro. lots of golf to watch.
Nice to see all the kids out and about watching their favorite golfers on the SunShine Tour.
I think they just checking who's got the most pro tees. Yeah, great for here in Bank Golf and River Estate to have this event, and thank you for hosting. It's a beautiful golf course, beautiful views, beautiful housing estate.
Yeah, definitely, and a challenging golf course. Not easy to have greens as good as that with all the rain as well. Jeez, the greens are rolling nicely out there.
Sure. I think the designer Dania Obermeyer's really created a beautiful setting with a sort of clockwise, anti-clockwise finish back and along the river.
Definitely.
Using the natural wetlands and terrain.
And they've definitely got one of the best ranges as well in the area. Really nice driving range. The clubhouse is so welcoming for everyone to come sit there and watch.
Currently tied with Christian Burke on 4th position.
Looks like he's going a little high. Yeah.
Pop and release.
Yeah, pretty good shot.
I feel like he's had a lot of those 4-5 footers
Footers,
today.
yeah. Well, let's see if Sam can hold this one to get to 20 under. Be quite a grandstand finish. Based on Christian Burke's, but I don't think it's going to do too much. Maybe inside left. Wish I could read them on the course like I read them in here.
It's because we've seen them a few times. Well, Van Dengel was not quite on the same line, and he kind of was astounded that it went a bit right. So I think you got a good call there, Ricky. Inside left.
Yeah, inside left. Keep the pace up.
Well, he read it well.
Oh, he's gonna mark it and wait his turn. Good job, Sam.
Nice conversation to have when you've got an inch putt left for your second victory on the SunShine Tour.
Hey Sam, where are you taking me on vacation next week?
I think, what's my bonus? I just want to check on that percentage.
We're going 12% this week.
A little bit longer than I thought.
Yeah, maybe closer to 5-6 feet. Definitely a money putt. What do you think? 30-40 grand on the line here?
I would say that's about right.
Oh, I hate to see that. Couple extra for Christian Burke now. Also think Yaka's been playing a lot of golf. Maybe just needs a bit of a rest. And they just finished DNI a couple weeks ago and probably been practicing to get ready for this event.
The first playoff as well at Serengeti Invitational was in contention. He's been in contention a lot,
Yeah,
and that's mentally draining. He probably needs a nice break.
Yeah, maybe 2 weeks off and then get ready for Zim.
Yeah.
I know he likes his fishing.
3 in a row for Travis Proctor.
This will get him into tie for 4th. Wow, great finish. Very nice. That's a great first event.
A great finish.
Wow.
14 under, but it'll actually be 5th because Yaku Prince will go back to 14 under, and that'll be a little top 5 bonus from Titleist.
Yeah, awesome. Extra 20, 30 grand.
Wow. Wow. He's picked it up out the middle. Another top 5.
Yeah.
Good finish, Yaku Prinsu, and it is Samuel Simpson. 2nd SunShine Tour title. It was a nervy start. He started with a 7. He bounced back, and that is a magnificent finish. Looked pretty calm in the back 9. That eagle he made at 11 just changed things.
No, he definitely showed a lot of maturity today and mental growth, starting off 3 over through 3. Another young, great player. I think we'll see a lot of him the next couple of years, and I think he has the potential to win something big in the near future.
No doubt. Big things for Samuel Simpson.
Sam Simpson next to us. Sam, you've been saying for a couple of weeks now that over life.
I made it hard for myself early on at the start of the round today. Oh my goodness. But yeah, just really happy with the way I handled myself. And didn't take myself out of the tournament early on. Yeah, I'm just happy.
The 5 shots to start the day in the ascendancy. You let it slip early, but wow, did you bounce back? How did you do it?
I think just learning every day I'm out here. I've taken a lot of advice from the older guys out here, and I just slowed my walk down, I slowed my temper down, and I don't know, I just believe in myself, to be honest.
Go and sign that scorecard. Congratulations. We'll chat to you shortly at the prize giving.
Thank you.
Well done, boy.
Thank you, Andrew. And he did say he's not scared of the lead, and I'm not sure how he felt when that dwindled quickly in 2 holes, but like he said, slowed his pace down, believed in himself, and that's what it takes.
Samuel Simpson taking the top spot on 1900 today after shooting 1 under after the rocky start. Simon Deploy shot 5 under par to get himself into a share for 2nd place. And Austin Batista has been in form for a while now, and he finished strong to also get himself in a share for 2nd.
Great to see Henio Kennedy starting the season with the top 10. Like we said, John Hugo, number 114, top 10s. Van Dingle, he got it to 14 under at one stage. Wonderful 64 from Daniel Cranier and a 65 from Jacques van der Merwe, and they were the stalwarts on that big easy tour Betway last season. We had a lot to come from them.
Benjamin Van Veek and Keegan Thomas taking a share of 14th on 11 under par, and former Investec SA Open champion, good to see him playing well again. Dylan Naidu finishing his week on 10 under par. Gerard Pepler came out hot out of the gates today and ended up finishing his round on 2 under par, sharing 23rd with Peter Moorman, Thomas Spreadborough, Keenan Davids, Ron Korb and Hayden Porteous.
Just shows you the depth. 29 players in double figures under par. Jack Davidson, he too came through tour school, came 2nd there. Good players. MJ Fillion.
Keegan McClatchin had a bit of a slow day, but still a good first event back on the new season after getting his card back. And Albert Venter finding some form again early in the season, along with Alan John, who's been in form, Doug McGugan, Yurev, and Dian Germagees, finishing 36 for the week.
Wilco would have been disappointed with his last round, but still very consistent. Anthony Michael became a dad about a month ago. Nice to see Jonathan Bremert coming supporting the Sunshine Tour as he has a season on the DP World Tour.
Liam Graham had that third round 63 as well, but having a bit of a slow final round. And Travis Ladner, Tyron Ryan, James Mack and Eric Bremner all on the back end of that leaderboard. Once again, congrats to Samuel Simpson on taking the #1 spot this week.
Good to see Stel Swart. A nice 66 to sneak into the top 10. But it was Samuel Simpson. Had a rough start, 3 over after 3. He had to dig deep. He did. A couple of birdies on 6 and 7. Followed that with an eagle on 11.
Yeah,
and in the
pretty
end,
much just played clinical golf coming down the stretch. Had a lot of chances and a lot of good 2-putts. Impressive finish from Travis Proctor, finishing birdie, birdie, birdie. The Sunshine Tour rookie. Graduated from the Betway Big Easy Tour last season and finishes top 5 this week in his first event in his tour debut.
yeah, that was a very impressive 3 birdies after a couple of 3-putts, and kind of let it go. Almost felt like he was going to really fall out of the top 10 quite comfortably, and well, which he did, and then
Yeah,
came back great.
definitely going to be someone to watch the rest of the season. Graham van der Merwe continues his consistent form. I rate he's had a couple top 10 or top 15s in a row.
Yeah, he's had a great run. He's continued it.
Quite
Tristan Stratham. Great to see him back where he should be.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, quite impressed with Martin Volster. I mean, he won 2 weeks ago and could have easily taken a break and stayed in form, and another top 10 this week.
Yeah, but they've got a bit of time off, but we're going to go to the Joburg Ladies Open following this on the Sunshine Ladies Tour, co-sanctioned event with the LET, just up the road at Ram Park Golf Club. This evening you can watch the RBC Heritage on the PGA Tour from 7 o'clock, and then a little later at midnight the JM Eagle LA Championship presented by Class Pro on the LPGA Tour. So we're just waiting for the prize giving presentation to get themselves settled and ready, and let Sam Simpson sign his scorecard. Make sure that gets done, because that's pretty important.
Yeah, that is very important.
You always get worried, everybody gets excited and the champagne's everywhere, and you're like, just get that scorecard signed.
That's made a couple people cry in the past on various different tours, signing the wrong scorecard for the wrong score. So definitely important part of the procedure.
Absolutely. Roberto De Vincenzo signed for 1 shot higher, got himself out of the playoff in the Masters many moons ago.
Take you
Welcome
down
to
to
the
Andrew
prize
Hope.
giving here at the Mediclinic Invitational to begin the 2026-27 campaign on the Sunshine Tour. From left to right, we have the General Manager of Heron Banks Golf Course, Robert Lance. Tessa Williamson on the left-hand side, who is representing Mediclinic this afternoon, the Hospital Manager from Vanderbijl Park, and of course Ludwig Manyama, the Tournament Director from the Sunshine Tour. First and foremost, let's introduce our winning caddy here, West, to receive the winner's medallion. And then the winner of the Mediclinic Invitational for 2026 from Cape Town, playing out of Royal Cape Golf Club, Samuel Simpson. On behalf of the Sunshine Tour and all involved, a heartfelt thank you to Mediclinic and all the partners involved in the Sunshine Tour that contribute to the growth of players' futures.
From myself, Alan Michelle, Ricky Handler, Andrew Hope, it's been a great event, the Mediclinic Invitational. Well done, Samuel Simpson, and it's goodbye for now.